Well, welcome back to the shop, guys. We got a fun one today. And it might be, I say that too much sarcastically in these videos, but we go from one roof video to another one. We're gonna do a complete rubber roof replacement on this 2009 Cardinal fifth wheel. And while maybe my sarcasm's a little bit too strong with this one, there's a lot of story to this, I have to tell you. This has been something of an albatross here at the shop for the last few years, and a keen viewer of the channel might have noticed this in a lot of videos. Usually it's set up somewhere over there, and while eventually I'll get to tell the whole story about this trailer situation, first things first, I do have to replace this roof because I'm the customer. And while this is a 2009 and this rubber roof should still have at least another 10 years of life in it, somebody's painted this. It's not in great condition, and between the broken attic vents in the back, sewer vents right here, modified attic vents there, and another strange decision here. The skylight is loose. The TV antenna is obsolete. The satellite dish is also obsolete and unnecessary. And most importantly, I think at this point in 2025 and past, nobody should have ladders mounted on the roof anymore on RVs. It's like such a #1 cause of roof failures and rotten roofs back there. Now, another reason why I do not like ladders on RVs is that traditionally they do get ran into things and cause a lot more damage than just having a extension ladder would solve. And more importantly, this is a beautiful window in the back right here. It's a really cool floor plan, but you got a ladder right in the way of viewing. So we're gonna go ahead and delete this and probably do some fiberglass repair back here. So I am looking to simplify, give opinions about what you should expect from a roof replacement down to these expensive, fantastic vents. You can see the base is cracked in that one too. I've decided that if my name's going to be attached to it, I might as well give it a fighting chance to put a brand new roof on it. Well, I'm not convinced that I can make the metal radius underneath right here look much better. We might want to secure it so it doesn't pop up so much. I don't know if you can see my knees, even though this roof is coated, it's starting to fall apart. And a bad looking roof really makes an RV unsellable. This has been a long time coming, and I do have a brand new rubber roof to throw on top of it. But first things first, let's get on the roof and start replacing the roof. And who doesn't like making a silk purse out of a pig's ears, right? So the first thing we're gonna do is take the molding off the side and then remove everything off the roof and take a look at the deck. There's really nothing too complicated or difficult about the tear down part. We've seen this many times. Now, ultimately, there's nothing special. We're just gonna pull off all the trim inside for the skylights and the vents in order to get everything out of the way. That also means removing the roof AC units, because again, these are gonna be in the way. And there's 2 of them. We need to do it now, because we may not have access to the inside once we start the roof. Now, I'm doing this job by myself mostly, so I'm gonna guess this will take me at least a week to do. Hopefully, if you have some help, it won't take anybody else nearly that long. And I think that's worst case scenario. At least that's what I hope. And look at that, this is a heat pump. I didn't know this was a heat pump. Is that some good news and good fortune? That's the temperature sensor, so the outside coil doesn't freeze up. I just have to unplug it. And now that AC unit is loose in the front. And then the second AC right here, which does happen to be a heat pump also. And with that vent down, basically everything that I need to remove on the ceiling is already done. And man, look at that big window. Isn't it a shame that there's a ladder right in the way of that view? I mean, not that there's anything to look at yet. But now we can go outside and get on the roof and really start the real work. So up here on the roof, the first step is going to be the easiest one, is we'll just take out this insert that's at the end of its life. Take out all the screws, and wow, they usually use Phillips screws on this. And we'll take off all the molding on both sides here. Just make sure you take some time with a marker. You let them know what side this is. So this is the passenger front. Boop. Arrow. And now we just take all the screws out. Alright, only 3 more to go. Now there is some thoughts about this insert molding right here. This is vinyl, and of course it does age. It's really not for weatherproofing, as you can see. Water gets back there very easily. It's mostly just there to look pretty and hide the screws. So it's not weather stripping at all. And it is consumable. That means it has to be replaced periodically or kept out of the sun. So only 2 more to go. And well, let's see. Definitely rust or water's getting in at the top of the screw, but it didn't make it all the way to the bottom, which is good. Because it does feel like it was probably getting pretty close to rotting the wall behind here. So we got this just in time, I think so. Yeah, just in time. Looks like the sealant on top of the track did a much better job on this piece of trim, which is why, of course, we do cap that with non-sagging die-core. But we won't be doing that for a couple days. Okay, so all that off. The radiuses will come up pretty easily. Those are almost never glued down. But you can see, if we pull this back, this is the rubber layer on there. It's still in really good shape. It still stretches. The top layer, which is white, you can see it better right there. That's to protect the black layer underneath. So if you ever see black on top of your rubber roof, that means your rubber roof is at the end of its life. I hadn't planned on showing the rear AC unit coming off or tearing it apart, but I ran into a couple interesting things I think you might want to see. One is that underneath the shroud, they did have a battery maintainer solar panel that wasn't being used. I'd never seen that before. 2, yes, this is a heat pump. And 3, when I lifted up right here, which is why I knew that there was a solar panel or something hooked up to it, these wires were connected to this over here, and I've never seen that before. But the interesting thing is right here. These are the bolts that mount the compressor, and they were putting a nice divot in the roof, so I have to figure out what to do on that when we put it back on. But secondly, remember, this thing's been coated, and if you don't take the AC unit off, there's absolutely no reason to coat at this point because the coating only makes it to here. But since most people think coating is a weatherproofing, water can still make it here. You can see the dirt gets under there just fine. So if you just coat to the outside of the AC unit, 1, you get crowd all over the AC unit, it looks awful. But 2, it doesn't do anything. If you're gonna coat a roof, you need to take the AC unit off if you're gonna do it, but I still think coating's a bad idea. Get the other one off too, I assume it's about the same. Again, you can see right here, around this front AC, it only got coated to here. It just doesn't seem to serve much of a purpose, most of these coatings. Let's see if we have, hey, cool. No solar panel on this one. And only the hint of damage on the rubber membrane. I don't know, Dometic. That seems like a pretty bad design to me. Now, these would have been attic vents, mushroom vents. I've never been sold on these actually being at all useful when you look at the restriction within it. It's just a gimmick I think the industry started to use to say that they were venting the ceiling. But there's not nearly enough airflow for those to do anything, and those just break constantly. So we will be getting rid of those in the back and in the front. And of course, we're going to be deleting this ladder too, because, you know, it's broken. Now back here, I did put this tape on because that vent did break because the plastic did get brittle. You can see the manufacturer didn't even cut the rubber out of here, so if they were going to vent, it's going to do something. Air's not flowing through that. So we'll just be deleting this hole in the front and in the back. That's what's supposed to be right here too, and somebody just put a sewer vent cap over the top of it because that's how common it is to break. The fewer holes in the roof is better, in my opinion. Now luckily, because this was in my care when I put that tape on, I think I got it in time. But I think it's interesting that Cardinal drilled that hole in the wrong spot the first time, I guess. So now you have 2 holes to fix. Huh. I do think I have a plan for the ladder back here. Some people may not like it. But for the meantime, I need this ladder out of the way. Alright, so now we got everything off the roof here. The next step, before we pull the roof membrane off, is to cut these vent stacks off. I know some people just leave them on and then cut around them as they put the membrane on, but I find it to get in the way. Just cut them flush, we can always glue them back on. This is just 1.5 inch ABS, very easy to glue. It's kind of how it was made. So it's going to be a lot easier to roll the membrane off on top of the roof without these sticks sticking in the way. Alright, so the next stop is to start peeling off this old membrane. The first thing I'm going to do is cut along the sides and cut off those strips right there. And then, to save time, because it doesn't feel like this deck is rotten in any way, we're not going to be overlaying this. I'm not a big fan of overlaying, especially just for making something look smooth in appearance. But that also means the old adhesive is going to be very sticky on the deck. So it's going to be very difficult for me to fix all those holes that I don't want on the roof anymore. So I'm going to peel off the old roof in stages so I can work up here while we fill the holes. Now the easiest way to do this is just get a utility knife and make sure you have a nice sharp blade. Now the real key to getting this old roof off without causing a lot of damage is to cut the roof into tiny little strips. The less surface area that glue has to grab onto, the easier it is to remove. Now the second key, I'm probably not going to try unless I have to, is to let the membrane kind of bake in the sun and warm up. It will make it a lot easier to remove. But this is a fifth wheel, and the only way for me to move this out currently would be to hook up with the truck, and this is a very big fifth wheel, and I wouldn't be able to move it without probably causing some damage. So I'm going to hope the strips work. The sunlight and the strips will help a lot, as will a sharp razor blade. The biggest thing you're going to want to make sure you have is a good pair of gloves. Because pulling this stuff up will damage your hands. Look at that, already we're discovering, it's kind of surprising. I always thought Cardinals were built pretty well. That's generally why I don't staple these things down, because the staples don't hold, and then they stick out the back and start damaging the membrane. So we will have to secure this too. So we added some more work while we were at it. Good job. And well, obviously the roof lasted almost 20 years without damage. It does create a high point that keeps water trapped on the roof, and water will always find a way through if you give it an opportunity. So yeah, that was a design failure from Cardinal when they built this. Don't use staples. Now the other really important thing about making it into tiny strips is that this is OSB underneath. That strand board will get ripped up if you try to grab too much at a time, and you don't. And we want to minimize the blowout or the rip out or the tear out of the OSB, because that will transfer into the membrane. So small strips. before I paint myself into a corner here, I should have gone ahead and secured this metal radius. I got ahead of myself. We're going to be using these truss screws, whatever you want to call them. Lath screws, sorry about that. They have a washer head on them. These are only an inch long. We can go a little bit longer if we wanted to. But all we're going to do is go straight through the metal and into the deck there. You can see it pushed up those staples. I'm going to have to go through and pull all of those out. To say this is going to be a tedious task is an understatement. Well, I can tell you this is going to add a considerable amount of time to this roof job for sure. Because just doing this section right there was about 10 minutes. That's just 3 feet. And there's a lot more to go. Okay, well, that was an awful lot of extra work I didn't plan on doing, but should make a better roof now. That's probably what the factory should have done from the get-go. So we'll have to keep ripping this off, and we'll do the same thing over here when we get to it. All right, so with that secured for now, we're going to work on plugging out all those holes we're not going to be using when we put a new roof on. Like I said, the deck is still going to be, well, this deck is still going to be pretty sticky when you step on it. So having an unsticky area to work off of can help out a lot. Now, we've done this together before. All we're going to do is cut a piece of wood to fit into here. It's going to be easiest just to make the circle fit, but you need something to screw it to, so I have a piece of plywood right here. I'm just going to go ahead and cut to fit, put it underneath, screw it down. Don't have to worry about damaging the roof. Just use some simple drywall screws. This is not load bearing at all. We're just going to put that right there. Line up where these are about to go. Using that screw as a handle, I should be able to feed it through. Just go ahead and tighten that up. And now we have a nailing surface for the plug. If we don't fill this in, the membrane will just settle in here and this will be a low spot. It'll be pretty evident. It'll hold water. It'll look bad. So we're trying to make this look good. Do the same thing one more time right there. Simple. All right, easy. Now I'm just going to go ahead and use a hole saw right here. It's not the exact fit. It'll be a little bit small, but that's fine because this is going to be a patch either way. You could have spent the time to make it square and cut everything out perfectly, but I'm just going to be building up 1/8-inch paneling at a time to match this up. There's a lot of times the thicknesses of the deck that the factory uses is not what you're going to find at the big box store. So we're just going to get close. All right, so look at that. We got 1, 2, 3. Perfect height right there. Good plug right there. This will all get covered with fabric tape anyways. It'll almost be completely invisible when it's done. Again, it really doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be functional, and I think that's all we're looking for. I'm going to use some drywall mesh tape. This is mostly self-adhesive, and it'll allow the roof adhesive to actually go in between it all, and it will fill up the voids that we left. Basically, it's going to be a poor man's fiberglass repair using the water-based adhesive as a resin filler in between. But that's good enough because we just want to make sure that the water doesn't set in a pocket down here. Now, it's probably not necessary because the ladder did have 8 holes right there. Decided I'd just go ahead and put this over the top of it, go all the way across the top. That way it'll look intentional underneath the membrane. The next step is going to be to start protective strip under here to protect the underside of the membrane from this edge here, and the screw heads themselves, they used a fiber butyl tape we're going to use the Repair All Wonder Tape of duct tape. Now, while this might seem like a joke, the duct tape does have a TPO layer on there that will protect the bottom of the membrane from being torn. And it does have fiber mesh in it to protect it. And a lot of manufacturers do this too. So what I'm going to do is start a roll there, start another roll over there, and then we're going to start moving actually forward. And then we'll be taping each seam like the factory did with some drywall tape, and then going over the top of it with the duct tape to hold this edge down as we put the membrane down. We'll keep on doing this side and ripping off the rest of this. So basically, that's how it's going to be the rest of the way there. Made pretty good progress in a little bit amount of time. I am spraying a little bit of contact adhesive just to give the fiber tape a little bit more bite as we reposition the membrane up there. It does like to take it off. And then I am making sure all the screw heads that are holding the deck down aren't sitting proud anymore. And then this duct tape right here is going to hold the mesh tape down too. But I think this is going to go pretty easily. Looks really good. Check back here, probably in like less than an hour, and be ready to put the membrane on. And I think with that, the deck is finally ready. Took a little bit more effort to do than I thought I was going to take. There was a little bit of damage right in there from the skylight, but I think it was actually from the shower, not from the roof. And otherwise, all the seams are taped on both the sides and in the middle. All the screws are no longer sitting proud, and all the unused holes are now clogged up. My big ordeal at this point is, on a roof of this size, I probably will need a little bit of help and another hand. So I need to put a list together of all the parts that I will need. Obviously I need a skylight, 2 vents, a whole heck of a lot of screws, a lot more vents too. Luckily, no sign of rain coming in, and with this cover over here, I don't have to worry too much. Last thing I want to do is put a membrane on here without having it glued down. It doesn't take much for a gust of wind to come along, blow the whole thing off, and then it gets quite difficult to put a roof on with a dirty membrane. Well, it's a beautiful, good morning here at the shop in Apache Junction. I'm trying to get an early start today because I have some help coming with a friend, and we're going to try to put this roof membrane down. And we're going to be gluing it down with Dicor 901 BA or Bravo Alpha, which is a water-based adhesive. And I know a lot of people will say, aren't you supposed to overlay the deck? Why'd you go through all this with the old decking on there? The first thing I would say is that I don't like overlaying a deck just for cosmetic purposes, just to try to make the roof a little bit smoother. It's a roof, it's not supposed to be smooth and pristine, it's just supposed to be functional. Secondly, I have seen overlayments come loose and now the membrane is stuck to the paneling overlayment, but the paneling overlayment is loose from the deck down here. And because that decking or the paneling is very thin that you put down, it's very difficult to put a screw or staples in there and not guarantee that it won't pop up. And to do all that, spend the time, the money, the added weight for mostly a cosmetic issue, I don't think it's worth the hassle. I think it's risk an awful lot and you gain almost nothing. Now secondly, some people will say, well, you need the new decking on there so that the water-based adhesive will be able to absorb into it and dry out and cure completely. To that I say, I have absolutely no doubt that the glue on the outside of this can will stick to the glue on the inside of the can, because I've ran into that many times, and it will all work out. Basically what I'm saying is the glue will stick to itself and it will still dry out. That I'm not worried about at all. I find this method to be a lot easier, so I have the glue up here ready to go. We're going to be rolling it on there just like it's latex paint, using a roller, some roller extensions, and then over here I have some brand new clean push brooms we'll use to squeegee all the air out, like I'm sure you've seen me do many times. Now the key to my method and Dicor's instruction is that we want the membrane to go down into wet adhesive. We don't want to let the adhesive cure or dry before we put the membrane down. That way the wet adhesive adheres to the bottom of the membrane and the deck and glues it down really securely. So what you will see us do is we'll put down a pretty thick coat of the adhesive. I'm not going to try to go light or thin with it, just a nice even layer. That way we can make sure we have more than enough adhesive on there. We get good adherence, and then we can squeegee out the bubbles. It makes everything a lot easier to put down. And then the method I'm going to use is we'll get the roll of membrane up on top of the roof here. We'll drape it out completely, even it out on both sides, and then we're going to fold back about half the membrane to probably the front of the RV right here. Glue the back, lay it out, and with a wet adhesive on there, it'll go down very easily. And then we'll pull back the front and glue it down at the front, and then we'll basically have it installed. We don't have to worry about by doing that method, we don't have to worry about, as we're rolling it, that the whole roll gets crooked and then we end up with a few inches on one side and a whole extra 10 feet extra hanging on the other side, and then you have to pull it all off again and restart again. So having it all laid out into place, make sure you stay centered the whole time. Makes for a better installation and a faster installation. If you just start at one end with the roll and start rolling it out, you can only do like a couple feet at a time with adhesive, rolling it, a couple feet at a time, rolling it, and something like that. After 40 feet, that could take like 3 hours of doing a foot at a time. It takes a long time doing it that way. And for those that are wondering, we are going with a Dyflex 2. This one is ivory. This is from Dicor. Now this is a TPO roof. I do prefer TPO over EPDM. It doesn't chalk as bad. It's not quite as stretchy, but it's a heck of a lot easier to install. Now it installs the exact same way as a rubber roof would install and uses the exact same glue and sealants. The only thing that's not the same is that the Dyflex 2 is a TPO type of a roof, so it's a thermoplastic, so it doesn't really stretch like a rubber roof will, and if you do try to pull on it and stretch it too much, you will deform it and it won't stretch back. So that's the only downside. And even though it is a heck of a lot lighter than a rubber roof, I'll still be using a forklift to get it up there on top of the roof. Yeah, so much easier. that's what we're working out.
That's fine. Well, you're looking out.
Yeah.
Just get the room.
Yeah. Basically, we're wallpapering with a big plastic sheet instead of paper. All right? Easy, right? Like doing the 5 or 6.
You like it, I love it.
All right, so with the membrane glued on, we can't walk on top of it. The next step is to secure the sides so they don't blow away in the wind. But I do want to point out we do have good adhesion. You can see that it's on the back side of the membrane and on the deck. That's what we're looking for. But while we're under here, we can see we can just use the existing holes for that molding and put it back to where it was before. So let's go ahead and get the old molding, clean off the top of it, put new putty tape underneath, and then screw it back on. Now personally, the easiest way I've found to put really long sticks of molding back on all by yourself is to find one of the holes right here, make a mark through the membrane. And we are going with some much longer screws this time. The ones I had in there were too short. Go ahead and put one screw in, just about right there, so it's sticking out as a ledge. Find a couple screw holes in the front, roughly put it into place, get it lined up, get that screw put in, just lightly at first. Get the next one started. Now we can come back to the first one we put in right there. Take it back out, and then get it lightly started now. Now, it's going to be very easy to line up, pulling this tight and putting the screws in. You don't have to worry about drilling holes and slipping off and tearing the membrane. We don't want to do that. But at this point, that's really all I've got to do is put a whole bunch of screws in, pull the material tight, get as many wrinkles as I can, and then wait for this stuff on top to cure, cut some holes, and put it all back together. Now, while it's true, TPO will not stretch a lot. You can stretch it a little bit and get the wrinkles out by pulling it tight. Just don't pull too hard. You should be able to pull this tight and get a pretty good looking seam on the radius all the way across if you take your time. I'm not going to cut this yet because I still do want to be able to use this as a handle. We still have to put the vinyl track in anyway, so let's cut it at that point. I wish it wasn't so much work, but both sides are done. This roof is much longer than I remember it being, but I'm really glad I had my motorhome here to help do all that. And you can kind of see when it gets pulled tight, it does deform a little bit. You can see all my fingerprints pulling the TPO membrane tight. Obviously, I can't step on the roof yet until it cures. My next step is to go get some gutter spouts so I can put behind the rails I just put on. They'll go right there, and then I can put the insert on there. Then we can trim underneath and seal on top. All right, so the next step, we're going to put the gutter spouts on. They go underneath that molding that we just put on, which is why I haven't done this yet. I had to go get these. But we're also going to be using the Dicor non-sagging lap sealant on top of the molding right there, and then behind to seal up the holes that we're putting in. If there's any good advice I can give you, is this stuff is very, very messy. It's like marshmallow fluff, so don't try to tool it like you normally would with a sealant. But we're also going to want a brand new, nice sharp razor blade and our knife, because we're going to be cutting the excess membrane now at the same time. That's better. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is pre-drill these holes right here. So I'm not trying to do this balancing in the air like that. Just need to loosen up a couple of these screws here. Now let's allow that to flex a little bit better. And then these will act as a beauty cap and a very functional idea of keeping the water when it's coming down the gutter right there away from the sidewall. And there are 4 of them, but there's 2 sets. So there's a left side and the right side, so you want to make sure you get the right one going. And it can be confusing if you don't know what they're supposed to look like. So this is the rear one, It's gonna go right behind here, just like that. But because we don't want it to leak, we're gonna go ahead and put some sealant behind it. Of course, you want to use this stuff rather than a silicone or a Lexel, because this will actually adhere and stick to the membrane better than the other sealants. And then we just go ahead and put it behind. Make sure we have it where we want it to be. That's why we took out those screws. Loosened up that one. All right, now this is going to be the one that'll hold the gutter in place right here. And because I was a little bit messy, because I put a little bit too much on it, hopefully you can see what I'm talking about. It's like a marshmallow fluff. It's very sticky, and you're not going to be able to tool it very well without making a mess all over your fingers. If we can do this all in one pass, hopefully. Let's get our vinyl insert right here. I think this is 1 inch. We'll pop it in right down there. And because we already drilled that screw hole too, I don't really like wrapping it around the molding like the factory does. Right, now that's not going to fall off in the wind. And now we can just go ahead and get this stuff going. It's always easy to use a bone, this plastic bone, usually for windshields. You get one edge started, get the other one going. Now the next step is going to be to run a bead of this sealant. It's going to be a cap seal. This is the one we're not going to tool. Maybe go a little bit too thick at the front there. Just like that. If you do try to tool it, like I said, you're just going to make a mess. Otherwise, the next step after that, you get your knife, pull down, and just cut on the bottom side of the membrane right there. A nice sharp blade. Down the whole length of the RV on both sides. Is make sure that it's non-sagging die cord. Don't get the sagging die cord. Take some solace in the fact that this is up high and most nobody can see this. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to wait to cut the rest of this until I get this top molding put on. But I can't really do that until I can walk on the roof. Is give yourself a lot of grace. Doesn't have to be perfect, but don't forget to have a rag right there to catch your mess, because the sealant does like to ooze out and you don't want to clean up your roof that you're using as a scaffolding. And I didn't even use a complete tube for this entire side, so you don't have to use too much of it. It's pretty straightforward and simple. All you have to do is work your way down, usually do the insert, cut, and then seal. That way the sealant doesn't get on your fingers if you do it in the wrong order. But just take your time, you'll get there. Not too bad, kind of fun, and a little bit therapeutic. I just have one more side to do, then hopefully start putting stuff back on the roof. All right, so with the other side done over here, we got the front molding to do and the rear molding. We're just gonna go ahead and clean those off. I got a scraper over here. We're really just going to remove all the old stuff on top. Pretty easy. Pretty much just like that. Then we're gonna flip it over and we'll scrape out the old butyl. Just using a plastic scraper like this, we'll get all the old stuff off so we can put new stuff on. I'm just get some new butyl putty tape right here. start installing it. This stuff is much easier to work with when it's cooler outside. If it's hot, it's like trying to move tar. And just rip it off and then come back, put some pressure on it, put the paper backing still on it, and hopefully the paper backing comes off okay without causing the putty to pull off the trim. Alright, now with that done, don't forget to do the other termination bar, and then we're going to get on the roof and get it installed and finish trimming out that membrane. Alright, so here we got the front of the cap. This is the part that I always say this is how it should go. The membrane on top of the cap, and then the molding on top of the membrane. If we do put the membrane underneath the cap, if this molding comes loose, the water will just go straight into the front cap, which is a bad thing. If we put it on top like this, if the molding comes loose, the membrane, like a shingle, will still direct water over the top of the cap instead of into the roof. That's how I think it should be done, no matter what everybody else online says. What we're going to do is there's a long side to the molding here and then a flush side. So the long side is going to be on the roof or deck side, so that we have that step up into the cap right there. Just lay it out real fast. So I did mark where the first hole is for this because I did use the same molding for that I took off, and we'll use the same screws that I took off because they were longer and thicker. Now the old roof into the deck right here, I'd like to go on top of the fiberglass itself. So what I'm going to do is mark where I want to drill a hole, but I do want to drill a hole through the fiberglass because I don't want the screws to grab onto the fiberglass. I want it to grab onto the deck below. Just like that. I use like a 1/16 drill bit right here to pre-drill it. And then follow up with a 3/16 to get through that fiberglass and not into the deck. And then with a couple of the screws in right here, we'll go ahead and start pre-drilling the rest of them. All right, now with almost all those installed now, I'm not going to cut it yet. I'm going to take a pin. I'm going to go ahead and make a mark right here all the way around on both sides, because we're going to do one little insurance right at the corners. Go ahead and remove these screws back out again. And with those loose, we can actually pull this back again. We can see our mark, right? So now we can use just a little bit more of this non-sagging lap sealant underneath here. Just like that, to ensure that on the odd sense that water might get under there, that has now filled the gap a little bit better. And of course we'll do this on the other side too, and then we'll just cut it loose. As this is normally where they start to pull up. Go ahead and get that extra stuff there. And over here, smear it out a little bit so the lap sealant won't be too difficult to put down. And now we can take a nice sharp razor blade or knife and then cut the membrane. And then we just go ahead and remove the front flap because we're done with this now. We're going to do the exact same thing back here on the rear cap. We get to start doing the fun stuff, and that means we're almost done with the new membrane. Not done with the RV though. Still got lots more to do. Okay, and then just like that, the membrane is done. Now it's just time for assembly, and this is my favorite part because I just get to sit back and stop thinking about things. Now, unlike the manufacturers in most how-to videos, I will not leave a flap on most of my openings, with the exception of the skylight. I find that they get in the way and cause a lot of problems, and there's going to be a flange on top of this screwing this whole thing down anyways. So for every roof opening, with the exception of the skylight right there, I'm just going to cut it completely flush with the opening. Now I'm still going to use the butyl putty tape on the flange right here, just like the instructions will actually say to do, because the flanges on these vents is pretty thick, and so it will compress pretty well. And the deck itself is close to being 1/2 inch thick, so it should grab on pretty well too, being able to compress this putty. If it was just 1/8 inch paneling, I would go with more of a liquid sealant. I got a liquid butyl, just like I'm going to do with all my skylights, because if you don't compress this, it's not doing anything. And then definitely, unlike most factories, I'm going to use the right headed screw for these flanges, because we're going to go through the metal track right there. We want to make sure it goes all the way through there. And down below. I don't know if you saw the butyl ooze out. We would have gone with a hex-headed screw or one of my favorite lath-headed screws. The head of the screw wouldn't have gone past there. We would have had a big opening for water to get in. And the factories definitely like to do that from time to time. We'll go ahead and remove the excess butyl up here so it doesn't interfere with the lap sealant. It does mean we got some pretty good adhesion. The screws got nice and tight because it did ooze out the butyl. Alright, so with that all cleaned up, I know that there is a sewer vent right about here. I can feel that one. And now, because it's just 1.5 inch ABS, I can just glue this on as an extension. And with that in place, I can just measure this out and decide where I want to cut the extension. Seems right about there. I mean, it really couldn't be any simpler. And to get that vent stack out of the way, when you're doing the membrane, that'll just go right there. I have 2 more to find. There's one right there. Just like that. And then one more right here. Very simple. Now, I will just be using these Danco sewer vent covers right here. And because this flange is not nearly as robust, I will be using no more liquid butyl sealant underneath there. We'll make sure we have a nice tight seal underneath there where it oozed out. And I don't have to worry about it being tight at each screw head, but loose in the middle. So that fills the gap really well. This time I will be using my lath-headed screws because, again, this is plastic and we want as much surface area down onto that plastic as we can to make sure that we're not busting through it. Just like that. I've just seen too many times where the amount of pressure it takes to compress this butyl tape causes it to pucker right here in between the 2 screws, so it doesn't even do its job. So if we just have that liquid sealant, it does a lot better. Alright, now really one of the last steps for me to do here is going to put the ACs back on. To do that, we do have to cut the material right here again, and this is definitely a spot where I do not want to have membrane flapping around. I know the manufacturer will have it like that, but this is the plenum box and the air box, where the air will be cycling and circling around in here, going into the ductwork right here, and having those things flopping about will cause some serious problem. Now usually at this point I like to go ahead and seal up everything in this box so it's a lot more efficient, but I'll probably get to do that afterwards. Because what I first need to do is fix the problem with the roof AC unit that we saw before. If you guys remember, when we pulled off the AC unit, there were some holes back here from the bolts holding down the compressor that made their way through the roof membrane. Now, I would normally say we'll put a new gasket on here and that'll solve the problem, but this gasket doesn't look like it got compressed that much. But the weight of the AC back here did compress this quite a bit. So I think what I want to do is cheat a little bit. I got a new gasket set, a dual gasket set. I don't know who the manufacturer is on this one, but it was a good price and I can't argue with that, and it came with all the extra bits that I want. Now this is still a very dense foam and not that Camco really light foam gasket seal that you can buy aftermarket, so we do want to make sure it's pretty robust. And now we're going to go ahead and clean this part right here. And we'll try to be a little bit smarter than Dometic. if that's possible, because it looks like this spacer block got crushed because that's the heaviest part where the compressor is. This one didn't get crushed and that one didn't get crushed, so let's just try to aim for right about there. And this one's not quite as thick, so let's see. This one is not nearly as thick as the main gasket, so what we'll do is use the other one too. We'll double it up. So we'll put the thinner one on first, and then follow up with this second thicker one on top. And I'm gonna hope this is definitely more than enough, because that's a bad design by any account. All right, and I think you have to center that in the opening a little bit better, but hope you can see I have a much better gap underneath there now. If after I tighten it up I find I need to add some more foam, I can still do that, but I think we're going to be fine now. Well, really the next step is to put the ACs in, but I don't really like how Cardinal didn't seal off the attic space here. So I do want to make sure I seal all this off. I'll just be using a lot more expanding foam and a lot less foil tape, especially here in the bedroom area, because we don't want to take the hot attic air and circulate it through the AC or blow out the nice cold air into the attic. So sealing up the plenum is going to be our best bet. So I need to make a piece of paneling to cover up this area and another piece of paneling to cover up this area too, and then go ahead and fill it with some spray foam. Now, of course, strictly speaking, this has nothing to do with doing a roof replacement, but you might as well do a good job, right? If you can, while you're in the middle of all this. I'm just going to go ahead and rip this down to about 4.25, and then they're about 14.5 long. So just need 2 of those. And of course, any scrap piece of paneling is going to work. Sharp utility knife. Has to use a power tool. See? This is easy. I do appreciate that Cardinal and Forest River did install aluminum in the framing. So all I have to do is put the piece of paneling in right here and then screw it tight, closing off the attic. And remember, this is not structural. It's very good to seal off that opening so that we're not sucking or discharging any air into the roof itself. All right, one more to go right there, and then we'll just spray foam it at the corners, making sure we don't make a mess on the floor below. All right, now for me, I found the spray foam I like the best. This is Loctite spray foam. It sets up pretty quickly and doesn't deflate if you cut it too soon. Now, of course, we will still have to use some foil tape, but this will minimize the amount of foil tape we have to use. I'm not trying to win any awards for beauty, just functionality. And of course, that's another reason why when I cut the membrane, I like to just cut it flush so I don't have the flaps I'm dealing with in the plenum here. Wait for that to set up, and while that sets up, let's go ahead and get back on the roof one more time and install the skylight and seal everything up, because the skylight finally came in. I already did lay this out, and I have a new skylight to put on. So this is the closest one I could find right here. And I think it's gonna just fit. Of course, what I'll do is just like all the other vents is I'll lay it out where I want it to be, put a mark on the roof where I want it to be, and then that way I know where to put the sealant at. But we're gonna go ahead and do something extra that I don't normally do, because even though there's not a lot of water damage, there is staining to the lumber in here, and you might be able to see it through that lower skylight lens there. So I'm gonna go cut an extra strip of the membrane for the roof, and we're gonna just do a little cosmetic. I do have extra material, and the skylight will be visible. All right, so like I said, this is not something I normally do on a job, but we do have this extra material, and we might as well make it look somewhat nice. Now, if I were to just fold down the corners here, it would be exposed. So I'm going to use this little hand stapler right here, and because it's really only going to be the corners that you'll see, just go ahead and start right here. I'm just going to staple all the way around. All right, again, remember, there's no reason for me to do this. This is really just my ego. This is not a normal thing that most people do. This is not weatherproofing. This is purely cosmetic. I just staple this part down. Okay, now with that done, all I'm going to do now is take a sharp razor blade, cutting away from me. I doubt anybody's ever going to appreciate it once that lens is on. You won't be able to see it, but you might have been able to see a little bit of darkness at each one of those corners right there. And now you won't. So next step, installing the skylight, is I like to use skylight sealant. This is a butyl sealant. It comes out of a caulking tube. It's very similar to stuff as this is putty tape, but I don't find putty tape does as well in a skylight because the flanges of these are quite flexible. And unless you put a screw like every 1 inch, this flange will pucker. So you won't get good compression with putty tape as you will with this skylight butyl. I find it to go down pretty easy too. So like I said, I'll just put a bead down right here and then we'll screw it down and we're almost done. Again, just like all the other vents I do, I'm just going to draw a line on the roof. That way I know where to put the sealant. I'm going to take the vent off. And then when I go ahead and put it back on, I'll know exactly where the skylight's supposed to go. I won't have to miss the opening. This one was very, very tight. I don't know why so many manufacturers use so many different skylights, and they're all almost the same size, but not quite. And of course, I'll just be using Dicor lap sealant right here to finish off the skylight. There's self-leveling. And I think at that, the skylight is installed, and I think if you guys remember before, the sealant was actually going over the radius, so we didn't do that on this one either. So I think that looks pretty good. I just have that sewer vent to do there, that sewer vent, that sewer vent. We've already done those two vents together. And then I did install a Winegard Air 360 for the TV antenna. So I just need to seal those up with the same lap sealant. Alright, so those that are a little bit more astute viewers will notice that this is a different color than that one. That one's white, this one's ivory. But it does match the roof because this is an ivory roof. Now there's two, maybe three reasons for that. One, I'm paying for all this out of pocket, so I had to have a lot of ivory self-leveling sealant left over. So getting rid of some of my old stock is pretty nice anyways. Maybe the third reason might be this. Right now you can see the difference between white and ivory, but after about a full month or two, once they get all covered in dirt, they'll look identically dirty. So with the skylight and the rest of the vents sealed off, really I just need to get down below and put the skylight bezel in, see how it looks, and see if all that additional work was worth it. Okay, get that out. Doesn't look too bad, huh? Looks a lot darker from the top too. Okay, we'll give it a fighting chance to look good by cleaning it with some glass cleaner. I don't always show that, but it's just glass cleaner. Nothing special. That's a big skylight. Alright, have to clean it after I'm done. Then I'll just be using some new 1.5 inch long pan head, square head screws. They're already white. I got no part number. Oh, there you go. There's a part number for you. That'll be better without any rusted screws now. Let me just wipe it up. And I think I can say that I didn't waste my time by adding that strip of membrane on the inside flange, because you can see where it ends right there. It would have been just like that at each one of the corners. So I think that looked out pretty good. That was a good choice. I'm very proud of myself. Like I said, I don't always make that choice. And of course I already have the inside vent garnish put on. So the last thing for me to do is put the ACs back together. Foam's already hardened up quite a bit so I can trim that to fit. And got that wired up. Oh, I can't forget to put the temperature sensor back on, and of course that plug too. That's why I like Loctite so much. Sets up pretty fast. And now I can say this ductwork is a lot better sealed off than the factory had it, with minimal amount of foil tape needed. And I think with this, we're a lot better over here too. Better than factory. Now what I have to do is put both the clamps back on, and we'll get on the roof and make sure that those compressor bolts aren't smashing the roof this time. Before I crank it down, hopefully you guys can see that bolt right there. Got pretty good clearance because we double foamed it up over here. Now it may not be the best device for measuring, but I have my utility knife right here, and we're just a little bit shy of being able to get underneath that bolt head. Okay, so there it is locked down now. Let me see if I can get you a better view. It does look like we sucked it down a little bit, but we are still pretty far away from the roof, so that's good news. It's nice cold air. All right, I think with that, I'm kind of at a stopping point with this roof job. I guess I have to call the roof job done. And I've got to say, overall, I'm pretty pleased with the way it turned out. These vents have been pretty good for me. Skylight looks really good. Of course, there will be a little bit of puckering around the membrane until the sealant finishes curing. That's going to be pretty normal. But if you guys have been paying attention, you know I'm missing some lap sealant on the front cap and on the rear cap here, and I didn't do anything with the satellite wire yet. But you know, I might have bitten off a lot more than I thought when I started this job. I got a lot more to do to it. If you remember, way back when we started, I talked about the rear ladder being deleted, so I have to do something with the body work and the paint on this side. And of course there's holes up there. My painting skills are already pretty pathetic, so I'm trying to cut myself some slack. And if I put sealant on right here and on the front cap, it's going to be the way of me painting and sanding. And while nobody has asked me to do this, the clear is peeling on the front cap there and down here. So I think for this to be nice, I'm going to have to paint the front cap too. Again, not having that lap seal on the front cap is going to be a lot easier for future James when we go to paint this. Oh yeah, one more thing. While I was doing the roof, I decided that Forest River and Cardinal, they really made a bad choice with too short of screws. I think these are only about an inch and a quarter. So these aren't much longer. Think about it. About a ½ inch longer right here. And because all the screws on the railing right there were so short, most of them weren't grabbing onto anything because it still has to go through the rail, putty tape, the sidewall, Phylon and Luon. Almost nothing was grabbing the actual structure below. So I'm going through every bit of the outside molding on this and replacing all these short screws. Also gives me the opportunity to replace all the old vinyl insert that's looking really bad too. So we're going to be going and replacing every single one of these with a much longer screw, so that even though I guess maybe it wasn't leaking, it's going to be nice and tight. So I have to do all of that. I did all the fascias on all the slide outs, underneath the slide outs, on the awning rail. Yeah, a lot of it. This is my second box of screws. And I think I'm going to go through most of these too. And it says there's 500, so about 1,000 screws I'm going to go through. I don't know why Cardinal would have thought to use such short screws. way too short. I just took off this cap right here, and again it's just a short screw holding it on. If I feed that short screw through, look how much is only going through the plastic. It still has to go through this piece of molding, the rubber seal underneath it, the Phylon, the Luon to get to any structure. Granted, it is aluminum structure, but these are way too short. I wonder if I spin this if it does anything. It doesn't even do anything. Let's see if I put a longer one in, if we look any better. Oh, look, I got tight. I'm sure the camera doesn't pick it up either, but there's a big bump right here too. So I'm going to put another screw right here just to try to help out. That should be better now. Just got to do the ones on the top over there, and then we'll put some new vinyl track in. In fact, you can see right there, this side's bulged even worse. That screw is loose, and I can move the whole thing by hand. Just have to replace the rest of those, add a couple more screws right here for strength. I just put this longer one in, and look at that. It actually sucked it down to where it's supposed to be, because there's actually two rubber flap seals right here it has to go through. So that screw wasn't doing anything before. And honestly, Forest River should have built this a lot differently. I know they abandoned this design, but there should be a slide-out topper on all these from the way they designed them. But adding a slide-out topper at this point is not something I can do. It'll actually be quite a bit of work, because the gutter maybe you could put above right there, but it's still going to be really close to this awning arm here. A lot of manufacturers have that problem. All right, let me get this finished and put some insert in. All right, so we got the insert right here. Let's do both of them at the same time, so we'll just drop this down, cut it to length. All right, so with that cut to size or length, now I can start the top one right here. What I'm going to do is just kind of get it started, but I'm going to pull it back so I can get to that screw right there. We can seal underneath and put a screw in to keep it from moving. We'll do it on this side too. So I'll just get a little bit of that started right there and a little bit of this started right there. Now I can pull this back and it won't get lost. We can pull that screw, pull that screw. Now I'm just going to use some clear silicone to help redirect that water. Get that edge right there. Fill this and load that up pretty well. None of this is ever going to be seen. Top for good measure to seal it all off. And go ahead and put this cap back on and actually use the long screw this time so it's going through everything. And if I didn't know any better, I would almost think the factory built this incorrectly from the very beginning. I have to believe they knew what they were doing when they built it. All right, let me just get the rest of this insert in. All right, so with this I have 2 of the 3 slides done all the way around, all new vinyl insert. I know it's not painted down there, but I'm fine with that, because if I would have gone with black, it would have looked weird everywhere else. And I think white looks fine with all the white molding on it too. And over here, I didn't show it, but every piece of molding right here on the slide out box all the way around, I'm going to be replacing all of those screws too, including of course the ones we just did on the other side. And even underneath right here, you can see the slide out seal fell off because the screws were too short. So I have to do that down there too. It's definitely incredibly frustrating that Forest River decided not to build their fifth wheel correctly and put their name on it. Unfortunately, now my name is going to be attached to this 2009 Cardinal fifth wheel, and I want it to mean something, have some sense of pride to it also. I've already done all this molding too because it was quite loose, and the front cap was loose at the bottom. But naturally, that's not the only thing I got to do. This front door is in really bad shape. And I was going to take a video of how to reskin these things. Because why on earth would Lippert put something that's going to be on the exterior, not be exterior and weatherproof? And when the door's left open to bake in the sun with the screen door closed, that's what happens with that panel in there. But I did luck out, and I think I have a brand new door to put in its place right here. And that should dress up the RV quite a bit. And of course, if that's not enough, I still have to go through the entire trailer and make sure that everything works on it. And I have a new reclining sofa that I'm going to install, and a microwave. So happily the roof is done, and so this coach is now weatherproof. If I need to pull it out of the shop and leave it out in the weather, but it's coming up on summer, so we won't be raining for another 7 months anyways. But with that, the roof's done. One last thing on the list, but I think I added like 6 or 7 more. But hopefully by the time I'm done with this, this will be an... Oh yeah, I forgot, I also have to do the patio awning fabric. But hopefully when it's all said and done, it'll be a nice looking fifth wheel for somebody to enjoy down the road. Fairly serviceable. I really like the floor plan. It is a really nice Cardinal. And I think it should go another 20 years now. All right. Endless task to be done on this. Now, I did not really cover it when I talked about doing all these screws and all the trim work. The screws are actually grabbing onto the trim too. So before I was just putting a bigger screw in, I do need to drill it out at about 3/16, just so that the screws won't bite onto the aluminum. We want it to bite on behind and then squeeze the track against the wall. And now, while some people might say I should have sealed that hole, there's still putty behind this, and that still is going to get squished now. In fact, over time it's going to ooze out. And if I come over to the other side, that's already been done, you can see how it's expanded out right there too. So I haven't trimmed all this off yet because it'll probably still ooze a little bit more. And then after that, that's when I'll come back and cut it all off. However, to make sure you're only going to the trim, if you go into the wall, you stripped out the hole and now these screws won't grab onto anything. But don't feel too bad, because I've done that too. And worst case scenario, you fill in the hole and then drill another one, I don't know, a little bit below. You know, hide your mistakes. Yeah, this stuff was definitely at the end of its life. I'm always really baffled by why we're still using this stuff. When it comes to the molding right here, again, I think Cardinal and Forest River used the wrong stuff. We should not have vinyl track, because water will get in here and then this just becomes a channel to run it up into all there. My other issue is that I don't want to replace all of this, so I'm coming up with a different workaround on this, and I'm not putting this back on. It's not the best workaround, but you can see I've left this vinyl insert off right here. Now, I won't deny that water could get trapped into here and work its way back up again inside the trailer, but I do have something I'm going to do on that. Bad design is bad design. We'll figure this out on the way. This should have just been either flat stock or they should have, I don't know. There's a lot of different things they should have done, but they didn't. We will be pulling this out. It's just kind of like put behind the fascia when they built it. So that was just a gutter straight inside. And of course these screws will also be changed out. These are a different screw. Still they used short ones. But I will be making them a lot longer, even though that should be good. On the side molding right here, we'll be changing out all these molding, or all these screws too. I want to make sure we're actually grabbing onto stuff. So, all the way up up there across the top. And we'll be doing the same thing on the slide out fascia here, because when they do build them, there is framing on the corners, almost nothing in the middle. But yeah, I shouldn't complain so much because this is 2009, and I mean, I guess it is solid. But if this was probably in Florida or Alabama out all the time, it would have been rotten and we would have just been destroying it and cutting it down for scrap. And I can't think of a good reason not to have the edge screwed down. Otherwise, it was likely just to speed along production. Ideally, this will get cleaned off and we'll have some sealant on top of it. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I can't rebuild the entire trailer. Now, it could very well be argued that I didn't need to change out these screws. They were definitely long enough to just barely grab on. But we're doing this anyways. We might as well do all of it. The next big step after all of this is going to be underneath right here. We can see that this flap has come loose because these screws are not pinching this rail down tight underneath. So we take a look at these screws that are holding on the lower sill here. I think they're even shorter, but you can see the framing that it's going into right there. So there are actually 2 rubber seals this has to go through. So this will help out quite a bit. And of course, if you guys have noticed, there's blowout damage here. Now, no real damage to the structure, but obviously we don't want this exposed to water and splashing. And while we could just get new material like this, you can find this pretty easily at the hardware store because it's kind of just the exact same stuff as landscaping fabric. And we could staple it right here, not a problem. It's going to be getting it underneath that's going to be the bigger problem. So I have found more work I need to do. Okay, well that wasn't doing anything. That's why we're doing this, right? Now say what we want about Cardinal's bad design or build quality right here. I will point out this is a 2009, and so the frame is actually a heck of a lot thicker than modern frames on fifth wheels are. We don't have any sort of frame flex we have to worry about with this one, so that's a nice one to have. And then underneath they were still doing their corrugated steel instead of being the corrugated plastic that it is today. So this is still kind of impressive, unless you have to take it down and then you cut yourself. All right, for me to move on with this seal, the lower wiper seal, I need to get out from underneath this again. This is a level out floor, so it's gonna be very difficult for me to feed this back in and behind all there with all the weight of the slide out room above it. Now, because these are hydraulically driven slide out rooms, and Cardinal did help us out quite a bit, I don't have to operate all 3 of them at the same time. I can turn off the one I don't want to operate, or the 2 I don't want. So I'm going to turn off the bed and the opposing and turn the main on. It's a nice feature. Not all manufacturers give you that when it comes to hydraulic slide out rooms. Slide out room, we'll just bring it in a little bit, bring it up right about there. So now we should be up off the floor down below. All right. So I did like having it out because it gave me a lot more room to work on underneath. But yeah, see, now I can get my hand underneath there. So now I just take these loose and put the seal back in place. You can see it was really close to the edge and it got ripped out because it wasn't pinching very tight because the screws weren't grabbing, or they're broken, or both. So now I'm gonna have to take all these screws out, give enough slack on this molding so that I can put the seal back on correctly. So we can see there's just a bent or a 90-degree flap right here. It goes behind the molding. And then this is just a flap that goes behind all of that. And gets tucked in behind. Again, not the most elegant of designs. But you'll find that a lot of manufacturers don't have the most elegant design. And engineering is not something that any of them do, no matter what they say. I'm not an engineer. I've built a few trailers. And this is basically how I would have built it too, with off-the-shelf parts. And said maybe it'll work. And then if it doesn't, we'll adjust in the future. So hopefully now you guys can see this trim is just squishing or sandwiching this piece of a rubber flap and the other piece of rubber flap against this piece of steel down there. And the most ironic thing about all of it is I don't even think this is that important, because this is a level out floor. Probably doesn't even do anything. But we'll put it back on. Maybe when it's closed up, that's about the only time it does anything, because this will have to fill the gap against here, driving down the road. But when it's in its out position, the floor is going to be sitting right down on top of this. I don't even think any light could ever get through except for at the corners. And they're still going to get through at the corners. No manufacturers figured that one out either, unless you have an air seal like a motor coach. Now, one of the problems of using too short of screws is that, well, we could see that the screws went through the rubber flap and tore it. The screws themselves can't hold that rubber seal on. It's just going to pull through like we saw it. This trim needs to be able to clamp and hold it and pinch it together. And so the screws were too short. They didn't grab on enough to grab, because there's a lip to this rail right here. That's going to be about 1/4 inch, and the 2 rubber flaps. And then the tip of the screw is self-tapping, so it doesn't have any threads on it. So almost no threads are actually going to be going past that hole to grab on. Okay, and with that, we have now resecured the seal down here. Oh, I need this. All right, now that I don't need room underneath there, I can retract the slide-out room. Makes doing all the other screws a lot easier. I don't want it all the way in, because I will need to access all the screws on the top too, which hopefully you can see right here. And you also see why I want to add that turn-on flashing over here to kind of protect this edge right there. It's, again, pretty bad design. Yeah, really bad design. Picture frames on slide-out rooms is as bad as lazy as building a RV slide-out room could be. And they're still doing it in 2025 on luxury RVs and motor coaches too. Now I should be able to easily replace and upgrade all the screws and this old vinyl insert all the way around. Forget about these inside ones. See, that's why you don't want the screws to grab onto this. They break, which is a little bit frustrating. And one thing I did forget to point out to you guys is that I don't think the spacing of these screws is going to be good enough when we come along to the top. I didn't point it out. The top is designed to hit first, and then the bottom sucks in. So there's going to be a lot more stress at the top, causing that fascia to bend and allow water in. So we'll be drilling in more screws at or holes in the top too. While on the side, I don't think we need to add any more holes. You know, less holes the better. Up on top, we're going to be putting the flashing across with the Eternabond. So get this done. Yeah, like I said, you're just going to have water getting in there either way. So why have it in there? At least with it out, if we wanted to, we could probably just cut a drain hole at the bottom of this on either side. That way if water did get in, it didn't travel back inside. Then just like we did on the other slide out, we're gonna add another screw right about here. So I'll just drill a hole. Yeah, that'd be a lot better. And of course, with all these old screws, honestly not bad screws, do put them somewhere so that you're not leaving them on the ground for the tires to run over them. Really, I can critique anything about Cardinal again and Forest River. And when I put my corner block on, I went ahead and I sealed this up pretty well so that water wouldn't get behind here. They decided that the cap seal on top was going to be more than enough, and of course missed most of the cap seal, so water could get right back here too. This is why it's important to build it correctly. I mean, almost all the competition builds it the exact same way. And it is just assembly. Why not just take a couple more minutes to do it correctly? Now again, I'll just be doing the exact same thing we did down below, placing these screws. And while again, I don't like a Turnabond, probably should have put a Turnabond on top right here when they built it, rather than just a little bit of, I don't even know if you call that non-sagging die core, but we're gonna cap it off over here, and if we add too much of it, it starts getting a little bit complicated. It starts to gum this area up. So we're gonna work with what we can. We want to have an outlet over here for water to get out. And again, we're gonna leave this part off, and just like on the side here, we're gonna take the screws out, drill a hole, and then on this, like I said, I'm going to add a hole in between each one of those to add another screw in there, because you can see it's a pretty good gap right in here. So I want to keep this from flexing too much. And you might notice that hole right there, there's a screw broken off in there. It's no big deal because the Turnabond's going to come over a side right there, right about to here. And then I still have to cut this area out a little bit so I can make this a little bit more of a rounder edge so that the Turnabond doesn't get torn by the aluminum underneath it. Again, factories don't take time to do that either. All you really need is a hammer, that's it. But I'll trim it a little bit so it hammers down easier. And again, I do try to make this point quite a bit about the design of these slide outs. There are at least one or two luxury diesel pusher manufacturers that basically build their slide out rooms the exact same way for charging $1.5 million on it. Still have a rubber roof, molding on the side, picture frame fascia on the outside, and kind of bad wiper seals too. So maybe this is acceptable for a 2009 fifth wheel. I'm doing my best to shame the manufacturers into building better slide out rooms, especially if they're going to be charging $1.5 million for a brand new RV. And again, it's really not fair. My biggest critique is just this wasn't built or assembled correctly. I'm an RV technician. I'm just supposed to do repairs and not structural rebuilds. You know, it's supposed to be at least have built well. I shouldn't have to redesign or rebuild the house because the house wasn't built right at the beginning. And unlike the residential home market, where you at least will have some inspectors giving some input as it's being built, all you have are workers at the factory who really don't have a great incentive to tell their co-workers that they did something wrong, and they all have to share the same lunchroom space together, or be told they're going to be working for free because their buddy said that they didn't do it correctly. So if the inspector and the worker have the same incentive for the production to be met in order to get a bonus or not having to work on a Friday, I don't know, it seems like conflicts of interest if your inspectors work for the company that's building the RV. Now, all that being said, the workers do their best. I don't imagine I'm ever shaming any of the actual manufacturers, because the modern manufacturers are not construction workers, they're not makers, they're not the original families that started all these companies. They're all finance bros. So whether or not their RVs are built well doesn't really matter that much to them. They understand that the modern RV buyer only holds on to an RV about 3 to 5 years, and then they move on. So after 3 or 5 years, they're no longer the manufacturer's customer. But more importantly, they aren't building RVs, even though I know they are building something material that looks like an RV. They are basically mining Bitcoin and making a commodity. Once the RV is built, it will get assigned a VIN number, and that VIN number can then be bought by a bank and loaned against. So at least they're making a tangible commodity and not just a, cyber commodity. But that's what really drives manufacturers. And I'm convinced that's why we have the modern RV problem we have today, because those people have been in charge for over 20 years now. Their customer base does not have an institutional memory. So every 3 to 5 years, you get new people that are moving in, new people that are moving out, and they don't know all the problems that the previous generation had, even if they are watching all these videos. So there's really no great incentive for the manufacturers to build a better product. It just needs to make it the first year and make sure that the banks will loan against the VIN number. That's about it. So that's just my outsider's perspective on why everything is built so poorly. Also, you have a complete consolidation of the industry from supplier and builder, and it all exists in one major region, and so you can't rely on that region stepping in to make any sort of legal enforcement on it. So currently, from my point of view, the manufacturers are just in a treading water stage of doing just enough to prove that they are listening to their consumer base, or making new companies that will listen to their consumer base for about 3 or 5 years, ironically. But not necessarily building a good product, because there's no real money in that. All right, so with that rant a little bit out of the way, the next step is now going to be to do this top of the fascia here. Now on this seal that they used, I can just get it out of the way. Again, this is an older method of building a slide out, but it just has a, come back here, crimped seal with a bulb seal attached to it, and this is just foam, or rubber foam. So now we can get really good access to these screws right here. Kind of excited because this is the last slide out room I have to do this to. It's also the biggest one. I think I'm also over halfway done with this box of 500 screws. Now I did pick this up from my buddy Craig there in Mesa. He runs a parts store, RV Parts Plus. Really brilliant. He stocks stuff like this that you actually need when working on RVs. You can be surprised how difficult it is just to find the right screws. So that's in Mesa. I'll put a link in the description down below, but RV Parts Plus, really great company. Because I'm going to be redesigning this roof. Take out all the screws first. Okay, and this is a rubber roof membrane, and I have no desire to replace this rubber roof on slide out rooms, on travel trailers and fifth wheels, or any RV, because it's quite a big job to replace a rubber roof membrane on a slide out room.
So we're going to do our best to prolong the life of this roof quite a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a couple broken ones. But this is what's actually keeping it from flexing when it hits against the wall right here. And if this flexes, then it opens up, and that's where water gets in and causes all sorts of problems. Again, very bad design.
And there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screws trying to hold this fascia from bending out. Yeah, I know there's a lot on the front, but that will still allow it to pivot. Yeah, bad design. Now, as alluded to earlier, I do need to get rid of this hard edge, because when I do put that Eternabond roof repair tape over the edge, that'll just be a nice place for it to get cut. So I am inherently lazy. So what I'm gonna do is just weaken right here with a couple holes, because this extrusion, you can kind of see it right there, bends over. I won't be able to bend this because it's attached to this side, but if I can detach this face from this face, it'll bend much easier. And my oscillating tool that I bought from a big name in the tool industry died on me last time I did a roof job. Again, I am fairly lazy, and this is pretty much how I did it on the other sides, though they didn't have quite as much of a lip sticking out as this side. So we'll try to wedge this underneath with a screwdriver, just like that. And now hopefully I should be able to bend this over just like that. So now it's bent right here, and it's going to go underneath this piece here. And I have a couple punches right here, and then hopefully we can just bend it over. Kind of like a shingle. Now this is going to be on top. Just hit it with a hammer. And now hopefully you can see this top is over the bottom or the side, so that it's a lot more like a shingle. So if water does get over there, it's going to go on top of here now, and it's a nice curve, so it shouldn't want to cut the tape anymore. All right, the next step is to use that same drill bit that I just used to drill out all these existing holes so that the screws don't grab it. So we have another hole right here, so we'll put another one right about there. All right, so with all those holes drilled now, all the way down, so with all those holes drilled, the next step is my least favorite of all steps. Prep work. And I am not a fan. So it's probably very easy to say that I probably shouldn't be a painter. And yet, that's the task I gave myself to do on this fifth wheel. I just have a plastic scraper because this is a membrane roof. We're gonna go try to get everything off of here that we can. Again, we're not trying to make more problems by cutting the membrane, but the flatter the surface, the better that Eternabond will stick. Even though I know that it'll stick no matter what, as long as you install it correctly. Hopefully you should be able to see this roof is very dirty because, you know, it's from 2009. It's been left open for years, and even if this did have a slide out topper on it, it would be dirty underneath the slide out topper. So at least this job's a lot easier because there is no slide out topper on top of this, because that will add a lot of time to what I have to do here. Because after I scrape all this, so we need to clean it. Well, this was definitely a lot of dirt. It's still a sealant and butyl that was oozing out. Now we're just going to do a couple passes with soap and water. Again, nothing too aggressive because this is still a rubber membrane, and we don't want to have anything with mineral spirits on it that will damage the membrane and make us do more work. So stay away from things like this unless it's going to be on the metal. Get this nice and saturated, let it sit for a little bit. And what we don't want to do is completely saturate this and get water underneath and get trapped underneath the fascia here, because then we have to wait for all that to dry before we can put the Eternabond on it. So we'll do a couple passes before we do a final scrub and a final pass, because it's dirty. Now, remember, this is a rubber membrane. We don't want to tear it, so we want a soft bristle brush, not a hard bristle brush, and we don't want to add a lot of pressure to it. We're just going to let the brush do most of the work. Well, you could just use a scrub brush. Why not use a rotary one? Because it's easier. Like I said, you don't want to be too aggressive, so don't get a really powerful drill. For those that are asking, this is just soapy water. That's it. Nothing high tech. We're just going to spray it again. And we'll take the brush and then we'll go ahead and let it do most of the work. The imperfection is not something we're going to get on this, but you can change the direction too. Make sure you're getting a good scrub. And then we'll just be doing that down the rest of the roof here. Okay, so that's a little bit cleaner and just wide enough. So we should be ready to start putting this stuff down after we put the screws back in. Actually, you know what? I completely forgot. We're not using these screws. We're going to be using my favorite screws, these last screws with a washer head on it. They don't sit nearly as proud and they're flatter, so the tape should stick better. Even though I know it's eternally sticking. As long as you did it right. It's a lot smoother, almost like a rivet. Okay, now we'll do those the rest of the way down. Alright, so now for the next part, I have to lose the gloves because the Eternabond likes to stick to gloves. Take out the Eternabond and make sure I have enough here. Might need a different roll. And for those that are calling me out and saying I'm not using Eternabond because my videos I always show Eternabond failing, and they say, well, that wasn't real Eternabond. I don't know if you guys can read that. Eternabond. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Yeah. About a foot short. Story of my life. Okay. We lack for nothing here. That's why you go ahead and map it out before you start putting it down, because you wouldn't want to get to that point and have to rip it back out again. Even though by all accounts it's very easy to take off with a hairdryer. Sure. But is it Eternabond? It still is Eternabond, isn't it? Magical micro sealant technology. Or butyl. With a TPO membrane on top of it. So the biggest keys to using Eternabond, we've covered the first one. Make sure the surface is nice and clean. Next one is to be certain you have a nice sharp knife. So I'll put a new blade on here. Nice and sharp now. And now the most important thing is to have a hand roller so you can apply a lot of pressure on it for their micro sealant technology. You can get a screen roller, it looks like a wide screen roller. I also have slide out rollers for a wider tape. And also for this application, I'm still going to recommend a little bit of a plastic scraper, because when it comes to this corner right here, we're going to want to be able to apply some even pressure both ways. Hope that helps. And again, just like before, we'll lay it out to make sure that we have a rough size to it, because you don't want to work with it on the roll. It's very difficult when it's on the roll, because it's going to interrupt the way you put it down flat. So that's going to be more than enough to roll around right there. But let's make sure that on this side I gave myself more than enough over here. And it looks like I gave myself more than enough over here too. Now, of course, if you were a modern factory, you would have put it on the sides first, but come on, this stuff is actually pretty expensive. And I don't get a bulk discount like the factories do. Sharp knife, we'll just carefully cut it to a rough size here. And then do yourself a favor, don't put it on end on the rubber roof, because you'll leave a sticky beetle ring on it and it'll get stuck there. So I do have it kind of laid out where I want it to be, but I can't work with it like this because I have to pull the backing off of it. So we'll just go ahead and lightly roll it back so we can work underneath it. But there we go, it's clear. And it is sticky. So I don't really want to stick down this edge yet. Let's cut a little of the backing off. And I'm going to stick it right back on so it doesn't stick to the sidewall. Okay, now I can pull this edge back just like that, but I don't want to put the edge down yet. I want to put a little bit of pressure with my tool right where the aluminum ends, right there, so I can kind of work it over as I do that. Now we can let it go ahead and sit down right where I want it to be. Put a little bit of pressure on it. And so my starting point is pretty square. Like I said, this isn't going to stick on the side yet because I do want to make sure I do a good job putting this down the right way. I don't want to start, because this will be crooked and then I'll get everything else crooked, because the flatter you can lay this, the better. Now, because we do have it laid out pretty well, I can just reach underneath and start pulling the backing off and setting it down as I move down. And just like before, add a little bit of pressure right there with the knife, on top with the knife, and then we do have the roller so that all the Eternabond freaks won't be upset with me. To apply a lot of even pressure, I'm also going to roll this way with it too. Pretty much that's what we're going to do the entire length of the roof. It's tedious, but take your time, and then we'll have a good flashing dam so water doesn't try to get underneath this edge. It'll come over here and down the wall. This is how the factory should have done it all those years ago, or built a seamless roof like my motorhome had in 2001. That is to say, a molded seamless fiberglass roof on a slide out. It shouldn't be that difficult, and it should make it a lot easier for manufacturers to build these things. But yeah, I mean, why do it the right way? Now, of course, if you have two people, it's going to be a lot easier. But if you're by yourself, if you just take your time, you can get it done. Just got to be patient. Another reason why I don't like this stuff. Being patient is really not one of my useful traits. And don't forget to cut off a lot of the extra backing along the way, because this stuff gets in the way a lot, and for whatever reason it likes to re-stick to this stuff. Obviously, the closer you get to the end, the easier it's gonna be. All right, so we're pretty much on right there. Still have the backer on over there because I don't want to stick it over on the side yet. But you can see I'm gonna have to come back and clean off all the butyl. But this way I have this, and I have adhesive remover. Again, this stuff will damage membrane roofs, so I'm gonna apply it to the rag first, and then we'll just wipe it off. Should come off pretty easily, even though it's supposed to be on there eternally. So it doesn't need to be sopping wet. It just needs to do its work. And then good thing about doing this is that it'll help add some more pressure to make sure that micro sealant technology actually works. Now I've just switched out the other screw that I already put into the last screw right there. And you can see it cleans up pretty nicely there. Last thing we're going to do is just bring this down and cut it to shape. Now, there's no real rhyme or reason for the way I'm doing this. I'm just going to try to match the aluminum as much as I can. Obviously, I have to get the backing off of that. So we're just going to be carefully doing it this way. Carefully doing it this way. Wrapping it back underneath right here, pushing down over here. And again, making our way right about here. Now, this edge will definitely get peeled off. So what I'm going to do is kind of put a little bit of an angle right here. Hopefully you can kind of see how I did it right there. That way there's not one edge or a sticking out edge for this wiper seal to grab onto. And at least gives a place for the water to follow down over to here. So I did make sure that backing was on there again so it's not sticking to the wall where I don't want it to be. Put a lot of pressure onto this, hopefully to get it to stick pretty well. Like I said, I'm pretty confident it will over time peel. That's why I'm oversizing it. So right about there to there. Hopefully not too bad. I'd give myself a B minus, but I give the factory an F anyway, so I'm doing better. Alright, now I just have to clean off the top. Okay, now I just need to run the slide out room in, because I still have to put the insert on the entire slide out room. Alright, slide out room in. Almost all the way, and check this out. Hopefully you can see right there, the tape makes its way through. I brought it in just a little bit too far, but hopefully you can see what I was talking about. The top hits first, and it's gapped down at the bottom, because the top's supposed to hit, and then the bottom is the only thing that gets dragged in and out. So that's where it gets pulled in pseudo tight. But I still have to put this back on, and there's not enough room right there. Well, the next step is to put this insert back in, which we've already covered this a couple times. But I will also point out that I'm only down to the last 50 feet of that insert. And that's about 300 feet I've used so far, I think. And while I would have thought this would have been more than enough, I still have to do this side and this side, and this is, I don't know, probably about 20 feet. So that's 40 feet, not to mention the next, I don't have enough, do I? Oh my gosh. Stuff really adds up to a lot of money. Not looking good. Let's see. Kidding me, 2 feet short. Luckily, I don't burn bridges too much. And my friend Cody with East Valley RV Specialist just down the street had a roll for me. Thank you, Cody. You always come through for me. It was already open and he gave it to me at a very good price. So thank you, Cody, and East Valley RV Specialist. If you guys email me looking for help, there's very often a good chance that I am telling you to go to East Valley RV Specialist because they do good work and they're good guys. So we're almost done with all this extra work. So this up. Hopefully a little bit better than the factory did. Otherwise, I am just using clear silicone like I did on the other side. And nothing changed about this. So with all that done, just have to put the crimp seal back on. Now it's a good thing to do with these because this actually has a steel spring within it. Just kind of just squeeze it back together. to get a little bit tighter. You can kind of see it's wide right there, a little bit narrow right here where I'm squeezing it. That way it holds on a little bit better. Now there is a little bit of a lip on this aluminum. It's supposed to grab it. Just gonna pop back over. And this down here is really just for looks, because there's no sealing surface down there. There's nothing there. So I'm gonna run this back in one more time. We'll take one more look at it. All right, so hopefully you guys did see how it hits on the top and then the bottom comes in. And I'm gonna say, well, it doesn't look like a brand new trailer. It's at least built better than a brand new trailer from Cardinal. Now, I wish this was the end of it, but if you guys remember at the very beginning when we were underneath right here, this does have that blowout damage underneath. And we got to address that before I forget about it, and I'm filthy anyways. But I also wanted the slide out in so I could throw away all my trash and clean up my area. So let me do that real fast. All right, so with that cleaned up, I have to run this back out again. And we will go all the way out with it this time. That's looking really good. Alright, so remember there was a tire blowout right there some time ago. Now it's been probably 3 or 4 years since I did a video about doing a wheel well repair on a travel trailer. And like I said, we could put new fabric on it. They call this Darko material. You can also just get it at the hardware store. The stuff you'll get there is more for like a weed cloth, so it'll have a green stripe in it, but pretty much the exact same stuff. But because I do hoard stuff, I have this piece of aluminum skirting. It's already painted. And it looks like it's gonna be just long enough. So I'll just get some quick measurements, cut this thing to fit, do a quick bend on it, slide it in there, screw it in after some sealant, and we'll have an upgraded RV. And then we'll make some sort of smart comment about how the factories could do a little bit better job on their recreational vehicles because tires blow out all the time. Call it 31 by 6. So we want at least an inch on top of the frame here, so we'll call that 7. 31 by 7 by, because we need to put a bend on it. 3. Of course, I am sorry about my rant from earlier. I think there are a number of channels out there doing absolutely fantastic things, trying to get the manufacturers to stand behind what they do. I just really don't think the manufacturers truly care. And the way that when you watch somebody like Liz Amazing go through all the hassle of proving that it was a manufacturer error, and the manufacturer still is reluctant to do anything, it kind of proves the point that I'm ranting about. Sorry to rant so much. Go ahead and slide this in. I don't want it too long. Okay. All right. That should do it. All right, let's do it. I'll test it right here. Gonna go right underneath there on top of the frame, and then this is tall enough, looks like, so we should be good. Alright, let's get some sealant on it and hammer it in. And then I did go ahead and cut the corners off so they don't snag on anything, and we will just be using my favorite liquid butyl because It's not necessarily adhesive, it's not necessarily sealant. We just want to keep water from getting stuck in there because this is going to be getting wet. All right, let's hammer it in. Again, doesn't take too much. Just to wedge it into place. And I'll just put a couple screws on top to keep it from moving anywhere. But we'll be good back there. And who's to know if maybe the original families that started these companies were still building the RVs. Maybe they would take a little bit of critique and take, you know, they built them with a lot of pride because their name was on it. Okay. We'll dress it up a little bit here. And now nobody will have the better idea that this was not here from the factory. Beautiful splash guard. Look at that. Awesome. I think with that, I'm nearly done with what I wanted to do, at least today, but there is one more thing I wanted to show you guys. All right, so the last thing that we're gonna do on these slide out rooms is address the bottom molding down below. If you guys remember, I took out the insert trim that was in there because it was just full of mud anyways because water gets in there. So the first thing I have to do is get a way for the water to get out. So we're going to cut out a little bit of the molding right here. Now we can very easily just get a grinder with a cutoff blade on it. And notch that right there. You can also just as easily use a pair of diagonal cutters and just cut that bottom track too. Doesn't have to be that high tech. All we're gonna do is open it up, and we don't want a nice sharp edge, so we could just use a pair of pliers right here to break off that little bit of a lip right there. We'll ease the hard edges just a little bit. You can use a file too. Just takes a little bit longer. Of course, a rotary file will work even better. As long as we have a way for water not to go back past this wall, because that's how you're going to start rotting your floor out too, even if it doesn't go out that way. But don't forget, we do want to open this up so we aren't attracting water and capillary action. Gives it a place for it to break. Especially because this is a level out floor, so as it goes up, it's going to tilt that way. Now we haven't trapped water in here that wants to travel uphill past the seals there. Again, how much time and effort did that take for me to do? And I don't work at the factory. Speaking of that, we need to clean and seal this area too. I don't think we need to advertise for them anymore, so I might as well take that sticker off. All right, no more beef jerky. Clean off the rest of that residue. Be able to see all the residue that razor blades will take off now. That's a lot faster. Again, very simple. Now this will only take off sticky stuff. It will not take off dirt. So you do want to use some sort of a cleaner that'll get rid of the dirt. This isn't that complicated. I'm really surprised the factory didn't have one cap seal on here from the beginning. So all I'm going to use is silicone sealant. It's clear. You could use white, but white will look bad over time, so clear's the right answer. I wouldn't recommend Lexol or the Geocell ProFlex on this because that stuff does get tacky in heat, and it will start to stick to the seal right here. So the next step, we're just going to put a small bead of clear silicone as a cap seal. Again, this is just a flashing to help redirect water away from this joint right here. But I'm not going to go all the way because I do want to show you one thing. And I do hate to acknowledge that I was inspired by factories. I stopped right about there because I want to bring this slide out room in. And I'm doing it right here by the front door because there's going to be great access for us to see what we're talking about. You can see with the slide out room in, there's nothing that would actually stop water from coming uphill and getting inside the floor right here. Not a big issue on a level out floor, but definitely a much bigger issue on a normal slide out room where you get the carpet wet with water being able to travel up that molding over to this point right there, because there's not going to be any sort of compression against the seals right here. Now some manufacturers will just get a piece of molding right there to kind of act as a stop for the water to go uphill, but I still don't want it to come down into this part right here. So what we're going to do is what I see on a lot of manufacturers. Rather than screwing this down and putting another hole in the slide out room, we're just going to get some neoprene foam. You know, in this case, this is a self-adhesive or sticky back foam. It is closed cell, so it shouldn't sop up any water, and it's about the same thickness as this molding that's going to be against. So we will go ahead and clean this section off, get the dirt out of the way. And we're just going to manufacture our own little water stop. Now this is where the fascia does engage with the bulb seal, and the wiper is a little bit further back, so I think about 2 inches is all we need. Now while I'm confident you could probably actually buy these from the manufacturer, this roll was like, I don't know, $10, and I got it the next day. So we'll just go ahead and cut this to about 2 inches. That was simple. That was definitely going to be too long, but I think right about there seems about right. Let's see how long that is. Looks like I'm going to call it about 4 inches. Just go ahead and cut that. Now, just like when I did the Eternabond on the roof above, I put a bevel on it, because if we keep a corner right there, as it goes past the wiper seal, it's going to want to peel up this little corner. So right about where the molding starts, we'll cut it at an angle. Now, I'm not trying to be very arts and crafts about the whole thing. It's just these do work surprisingly well. Simple. Now, while we could just go ahead, put it in place, pull it back, and stick it on, let's give it the best chance by using some adhesion promoter. Put it on all the surfaces that it's going to touch. Just go ahead and pull the paper backing off, but I'm not going to reveal the bottom yet. That way I can stick it on about where I want it to be, which is right about there. Okay. Now, there's no doubt in my mind water can still get behind this little foam right there. I'm just going to go ahead and use some of that clear silicone and seal off this section right here. Now I can pull this back off. And we can stick it down, push it into place, and now look at that. We have a way for the water to get stopped and not to go further back against here, just like the factory does, but a heck of a lot cheaper and easier. Now the last thing we'll want to do is run a bead of sealant on top of here too. And we're actually going to go on top of the foam there, because water will still get back here and we want to give it every chance to get out. And just like that, we've improved a slide out design for almost 50 cents. Now of course we will still need to let this finish curing before we run the slide out room in and out. That way we aren't wiping off the fresh sealant. But that was it. We'll do this 5 more times and we will have some pretty nice slide out rooms that I feel comfortable sitting down the road and not having the floor rot out like most manufacturers would. The saving grace on this Cardinal was that it was in Arizona, and so it doesn't see a lot of rain. And that's where I'm going to leave it today. I think the next thing I'll do is going to be the entry door, but this has been quite the long project as it is, and I'm ready to call it a day. And I still have 5 more of those seals to put on. But if you didn't see, this is the 3M adhesion promoter that I like. Usually comes in little tiny sponges in a foil pack. But they also make Pro-Bond adhesive promoter. I don't find this stuff works quite as well compared to that stuff. And I think it's time to knock out the rest of the work on this Cardinal fifth wheel. Now, if you guys remember way back before I started this job, I pointed out there was some body work, some paint problems on it, and it's time to get all that addressed. Now, unfortunately, because I know a little bit of the history of this, I know that this front cap was re-cleared and was not done very good, so I'd like to fix that problem, and you can kind of see how it's peeling up there. So by not prepping that correctly, we created a lot more work years down the road. And over here on the side, you can see they cleared over here, and that's peeling too. Now, I'm not going to be doing a complete repaint and re-exterior detail on this, but I think because that red decal's in bad shape and this silver one down here is in bad shape, it makes more sense to kind of just paint all of this color right here from the front cap, following that line right there all the way to the top, and that should give a very modern look to this, even though it'll be a little bit warmer because it'll catch the sun more. And we'll do the same thing on this side, starting right there. We'll paint it all the way to the top. Now, please keep in mind, I'm not a paint and body guy. I have painted a few times, but this is going to be way outside my comfort zone. But luckily for me, I have a partner, Tom, with T's Auto Body, who does extremely good paint work, and he's going to help me work through the process and help me out if I need it. And of course, since we're doing all that work, that's why I said at the very beginning when we did the roof, I wasn't going to finish sealing right here because the sealant would be in the way of doing the paint and body work up here. And yes, boy howdy, is that a dirty roof already. Now the front is pretty straightforward. It's just to be a lot of busy work. It's in the back where it's going to be a little bit more work to do. Now, I haven't given the whole history about this fifth wheel yet, but a good reason why it was here at the shop to begin with is in the back. The owner, like a lot of owners, had backed the fifth wheel and damaged the ladder that was mounted on the back right here. You guys should have remembered that. Here's the ladder right there. It's damaged down there. And of course, because this is a gel coat fiberglass rear cap, it did damage to the fiberglass there and down there. And that was supposed to be repaired and why it was supposed to be here. Now, unfortunately, that work got refused and I got stuck with it. And since I'm now stuck with it, I want to do what I think I would want as an RV owner. And the first thing is to get rid of the ladders. I think these ladders are incredibly problematic. They don't solve a problem, they create more problems. And while I know a lot of people like to use the ladder to store other things on them, these are expensive little ladders. And even though they might be rated to handle about 300 pounds of weight, they sure do flex quite a bit and move around, even if you're half that weight. Especially because the treads are just held on with some plastic caps and screws. They're also an incredibly common place to cause a roof leak, where they screw down onto the deck surface right there anyways, because there's so much movement right there. You usually always get loose screws. I'm recommending, well, I don't have to recommend it because I'm doing the work. We're not going to put a ladder back on. And I really hope we start to convince the industry to stop putting them on anyways, especially because a nice telescoping ladder like this, you can utilize at any point of the RV, and they're less expensive than that flimsy aluminum built-in ladder. And more importantly on this one, and a lot of fifth wheels, this has a back window on it. And while the usefulness of the ladder is debatable, why on earth go through the arduous task of putting a great big window in the rear cap just to have a big chunk of it blocked by the ladder? That's a beautiful bay window, and we should be looking at a beautiful mountain stream, mountain peaks, or canyon, or lake. And definitely not the back side of a ladder. So now luckily the clear coat isn't peeling on this, it's just the original gel coat on the outside. It probably just needs a little bit of wax. However, I will be left with these holes right there, which I'll have to address. We have this damage to the fiberglass right there, which you'll have to address. And because again, I'm cheap and I'm not a paint and body guy, my plan for the rear cap is to actually raise this paint line, because this is auto body paint. We'll raise it up to about here and then bring it all the way across to cover up the holes down there. The nice added feature of that is that without this white ledge right here, we won't get a lot of reflected sunlight back into the window. Should cool it down a little bit from that. And now the last thing you guys might be asking is, what about the holes up there? I have a plan on that. We'll save that for the very end, but it's a little bit sneaky, a little bit underhanded, but I think it is the best solution. Originally, I was going to go ahead and just paint the entire rear cap this charcoal color also, but I think that's a lot more work than necessary. And because, again, I'm not a RV paint and body guy, I think it's important to illustrate that this work can be done by owners. It just takes a little bit of effort. And I also want to point out that I think the RV industry is making us work way too hard to keep showroom quality vehicles that are houses. And I hope we can normalize the idea of making an exterior that's good looking, weatherproof, and resilient, that's good enough and doesn't have to go to a car show and try to convince people that this is some sort of a supercar. I think the industry's really caused some problems by putting decals on everything, slapping their name on everything, and doing auto body paint jobs and finishes that are very difficult to maintain on a house. So I'm just going to be trying to use some of the off-the-shelf big box store supplies to do all this. It's mostly just going to be sandpaper, elbow grease, and time. But I hope once we're all done, we'll have a RV that I can feel proud that I worked on and looks okay. My own personal house, and most of the houses here in Phoenix, just have a very rough texture, concrete finish on it that looks awful when you really think about it. Would not win any sort of car shows, and they paint it with really bad paint lines with watered down latex paint. So I'm not saying we should lower the bar that level on fifth wheels and RVs, but I think we should start branching out and accepting that these are houses and these are not supercars, these are not showroom vehicles, these are houses. So for me, the most obvious step is going to be to take off the dryer vents, all the lights on the front and the back here, take off the license plate, clean this up a little bit, and then start grinding back here to do a little bit of fiberglass repair. There's a little bit of spider cracking here. We'll try to address most of it, but structurally it's fine. That's just a gel coat that has a little bit of spider cracking in it. And then hopefully, while I'm waiting for primer, fiberglass, or filler to cure, I can start addressing all the decals that I need to take off. Some of them will be easy, and some of them are going to be very difficult. So let the teardown begin. This could be fun. And yes, for those people that are concerned about my health, I love my health too. I love my body. I will be wearing a lot of personal protective gear. So I will wear a respirator, I will wear gloves. If you see me without those, it's really just because it was easier to film it that way and then get back to work. It's hard to talk with a mask on. I did forget to tell you guys one thing. I was able to get my good friends Cassone's RV to mix up the paint for me just by taking this off and doing a camera on it, because they do have a paint bank, and I have about a full gallon of paint to use, so supply should be good there. And they were even kind enough to give me some old paint in a juice bottle that I can use as a drop coat, so I don't have to waste so much paint when we're talking about painting the white areas right there. So that'll help hide the white color and the white gel coat as we paint the full cap. So that's just a quick little easy hint that if you need to get your paint matched, find something that comes off very easily from your RV that you can take down to the paint shop and have them run the camera on it. Sometimes it's the water heater door, sometimes it's a furnace door, sometimes it's something as simple as the refrigerator door too. And while I do accept, to all you real professional paint and body guys out there, those are plastic, except for the water heater door and the furnace door, that there may not be a complete and total perfect color match. It should be close enough for my needs, okay? It also gives me the opportunity to get rid of some of the broken stuff and the trash. That was something of an eyesore on this trailer too, including these broken lights on the side over here. course, with all that being said, I'm not trying to make myself have extra work to do either. So I'll probably just leave these hanging and leave this back out of the way so I don't have to disconnect the vent from the washer and dryer inside. We should be able to paint around that, and besides, the whole thing's going to be covered with that cover anyways. And now I do want to stop and point out something impressive, I think. As much as I've been talking down to Forest River, you should see the sidewall right here. Just where the marker light was going to be. That's like almost 2 inches thick of solid plywood. This sidewall is very, very strong. So I think it goes without saying, there's a reason why it hasn't cracked right there on the sidewall. And we shouldn't have to worry about frame flex on this one either, especially because the actual frame down here is very strong and thick. And they built the sidewalls way over engineered, unlike a modern RV would be, which only goes to reinforce my belief that RVs were built better and stronger years ago. There's a little bit of spidering in there. Again, I'm not going for an award show. We're just going to make sure it's stable. I think it is mostly stable. So what you're saying is, once I grind this out, I do the fiberglass repair, we're going to grind this down with about 180 or 80 grit. Yeah. To bite into the gel coat right there, expose the fiberglass hair, and then when I resin this, I'll be able to resin that fiberglass to reinforce it, and then as I do this repair, I should be able to float out any filler polyester over the top of it, sand it out, and then prime and paint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the correct way of fixing this, though.
Right, no, the correct way of doing it would be to grind it out and actually do a fiberglass repair on it.
Yeah, use that panel.
Right, if you were paying a shop to do this, for sure.
Yeah.
But if you're a DIYer or an owner and you just want to make sure you're stabilizing it and keeping the water and not being such an eyesore, I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, the correct way would be to grind it all the way down to the fiberglass, past the gel coat, re-glass the whole thing. Right. But with the spider cracking right there, we'd almost be rebuilding this entire lower section right there. And that's not what I'm trying to do, Tom. You would do it the right way. I think like everything, it's always best to start with a win. So we're gonna just do the easy part first. We'll clean this off, which is a nice straight razor. Same down here. I don't have to worry about damaging the paint at all. In fact, I can get a lot of that extra paint out of the way that I won't need down the road. Now these holes are going to have to be filled. You can't fill this with primer or paint. And I think the easiest way for me to do this, or anybody to do this, you can just use a countersinking bit like this, or if you have a Dremel with a little cone stone on it, you can open that up really easily. Because we want to put a little bit of a lip for the filler to grab onto. And I'll still need that Dremel tool anyways, because over here there's a little bit of spider cracking because the factory didn't pre-drill the holes. So we'll try to work our way through that too. There again, we have a little bit of spider cracking right there. I'm going to try to just open those up a little bit. Pretty simple. Basically, we're dentists. That way the filler will have a place to bite into. And it won't just fall back out again. Because it's not a plug at this point, it's going to actually be a repair. This is where I'm right, Tom? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that was the easier part that I wasn't too afraid of doing. The next part is going to be to grind out this repair, or this crack in the fiberglass, and that crack in the fiberglass right there. To do that, I'll be using a grinder. That's about a 24 grit bit or paper on it. And yes, I will be masked up for this. We're safe. And I made a mark right here about where I'm going to be grinding so that the fiberglass repair will be a little bit stronger, hopefully. That's the plan. So a lot more damage than we initially thought, but it's the nice thing about fiberglass, you can fix it. With this all ground out, now you can finally see this is the fiberglass and resin, and this white area, that's what's called the gel coat. When this fiberglass rear cap is put in the mold, they spray the back of the mold with the gel coat. It's kind of like a paint, but it's a little bit more resilient than paint. And then they put the fiberglass on the back side of that gel coat in the mold, wait for it to cure, and then when they pull the cap out, that white layer, that gel coat comes out with it. That's why it's gel coat fiberglass, and why the Phylon on the sides are not gel coat. It is fiberglass, but it's not gel coat molded. It's just a roll of Phylon fiberglass material. At any rate, molding fiberglass makes it almost structural, incredibly strong, and easy to repair. Now, because this is such a big crack, I will try to have to support it on the backside, because you can see if I move it, that crack does open up. So it's going to be hard to show you, but I'm basically going to tape off this area so I don't get resin in here, and I'll be putting fiberglass sheets on the inside to kind of act as a band-aid, because I have no access to the inside of the wall without taking the rear cap off, and I'm definitely not going to do that. So like we discussed, the next step is going to be to kind of grind this part out, but because this is a decal right there, that's just going to go ahead and gum up a grinder and a sander. So let's go ahead and get the decals out of the way. Now, this is just a brand new razor blade. Sometimes some adhesive remover helps too, but if you try to take this out with a grinder, you're going to go through a lot of grinding discs. It gums up everything pretty fast. And because I don't even have to really worry about damaging the fiberglass, I'm not that worried about it. And we will need to get all that residue off too. That's where this stuff's going to come in. Now this stuff is actually pretty expensive, and it's just been going up in price too. What I found as a pretty good alternative was this 1805 Grow Automotive. This whole gallon was about the same price as this little spray can, but once you let it sit on there for a little bit, it kind of denatures all that adhesive. It comes off pretty easily. So that's what we're doing on this decal right here, this other decal right there. This is paint from the factory, and of course hopefully this will go all the way to right about here when we're done. Now, I know some people will swear by having this 3M rubber or eraser for taking your decals off. It does work, but it is pretty time consuming, and it does make a big mess. But of course that is an option if you wanted to try this too. I found razor blades to be much easier, much cheaper, and you're going to be doing a lot of brand new razor blades when you do body work. So get used to using razor blades. I personally find this method a lot easier, especially because I don't have to worry about damaging the fiberglass. Now if this was just doing a decal job, yeah, I can see the logic of using the eraser. Now what I also hope when we're doing this is that you understand the factories are just trying to make something that's going to appeal to the most amount of people. you don't have to just put it back to the way the factory had it. In fact, if anything, I wish the factories would stop putting decals on and putting their name on everything. I'd be upset if a home builder named my house and put their name all over it too. But if we were to try to do the same color scheme down here, same decals right here, and keep this white up here, we go from a very, I don't know, easy, inexpensive job to a job that's going to be knocking on the door of probably $8,000 to $10,000 when you start thinking about the different colors and decals. Whereas if you just do it yourself, or have the body shop change it up like I'm going to do, it reduces the price substantially. And I hope when it's all said and done, it's going to look a lot better too. And be a little bit more durable, since decals, or decals to my Canadian friends, don't have a long life that they should have to be on the outside of your house. Of course, the other bad thing about decals, even though it's not much of an issue on gel coat fiberglass, is behind the sidewalls where the decals were, it can actually damage the Phylon. So after a few years of having the sun baking on decals on your sidewall, you just can't take the decals off. It'll be discolored, cracked, and have problems. That's why I wish they didn't put decals on. Which again, when you think about it as an RV owner, a complete decal kit of stickers is going to be a couple $1,000s to get from the factory. The factory pays quite a bit of money in labor to put the decals on. I can't say the consumer actually asked for any of these. They just thought it was the cheapest way to make an RV pretty. Alright, so now most of that is off, but I do need to get the rest of the residue off. We don't want any of this residue on. So we'll go ahead and use some of the more bulk stuff to give it one more final wipe down. And I'll just use a gray Scotch pad to get rid of the rest of the residue. Again, this isn't prep, this is just so we don't clog up the sanding disc on the next step. But I will point out, using that eraser did stain it. I have run into that before too. You have to use like a rubbing compound to try to get that out because of the oxidation underneath it all. Alright, so the next step we're going to do is try to bite into the spider cracking. I don't know if you guys can see it very well. It's hard to see in the camera, but basically I want to try to alleviate some of that spider cracking that I can see. I think it goes right about to here and down into there. Definitely right into there. So we're just going to take about 80 grit to bite into it so we can start stabilizing that gel coat a little bit so that doesn't come through. And because Tom's going to let me borrow it, we got his nice sandpaper, 80 grit, and his DA. It's just an electric DA. You really don't need an air compressor to do most of this work, okay guys? We're living in the future, and air tools are becoming a thing of the past. Alright, so the next step is going to do the fiberglass repair there and there. To do that, I did get some mat right here. We'll cut some strips out of it. We'll use this paint tray as a mixing area. And it's already overheating in the sun. And I just have some pretty standard fiberglass resin with the liquid hardener we'll mix in. And we'll mix it to the proper consistency. I even have a mixing cup right here. But make sure you just follow the instructions right there. The first thing I'm going to do is cut the fiberglass mesh to small pieces first, and then we'll mix it up, and then we'll glass it in. The key to this is just going to kind of build this up because this is kind of a V shape, and we're just making a band-aid. And then of course I will be sanding on the back side here and trying to put some fiberglass mesh underneath using my fingers, and I'll tape all this off so we aren't getting fiberglass resin all over here I have to clean up. There's really no magic or science to it, just a nice pair of scissors, and we're going to cut strips out of glass. So I do have all my pieces cut We'll start with small ones first to bridge the gap, and then start building up from there. Once I mix the resin, it's going to want to kick pretty fast, so I just can't film everything. But we'll get that all painted on. You just have to work fast. It's not going to be rocket science. It's going to look ugly, and that's why it's fiberglass. It's crazy to think that this is actual glass. Same thing as the window. Basically, we're just going to be painting the resin on. One piece right there. I'm just pretty much going to paint it into there. Flexible, it isn't hard anymore. Definitely want to make sure we get all the air pockets out. Just about have it all glassed in. Put another layer on top, bridging the two with a space underneath, another one over top right here. And actually, it's a little bit high right in the middle. I'd rather have too much and we can grind it out than not have a good repair. Remember, the resin doesn't have a lot of strength. It's pretty much just plastic. And the fiberglass gives it a lot of the strength. It's also weird to think that it's flammable, even though it's glass. Alright, so hopefully you guys can see it's all in there and glassed in. So I wait for this to cure. I'm going to start working on the inside, gluing up some repairs. It'll look just like that, but you'll never see it. Well, I think I did a pretty good job getting it on the inside right here, just as a little bit of a backup support. It's just now starting to set up. Now I just need to do the same thing right down there. That'll be a little bit easier. Then it's time for the next step. And it's starting to set up. And I think with that, the fiberglass repair is done and just needs to cure. So as I wait for the resin to harden up before I can do the next step, might as well go address the silicone that's on the body molding right here. You can't paint silicone, so just go ahead and get a brand new razor blade, and we're going to cut this to get rid of that silicone. In fact, I've seen a lot of body guys paint over the top of silicone. Don't do that. Take a little bit of pride. Hide your mistakes under the silicone. See, how long did that take? A couple seconds. Now when we scuff it up, we can tape it right there, paint it, and then once we're done painting it, fill it back in with silicone, and nobody would ever know unless they watch the video. Now, it might be controversial, but I am adding a little bit of a stabilizing gel coat to where the spider cracks were going to be. Luckily, Tom had this material in stock. So I'm just going to paint it on there, and it should cure and then act like a gel, binding all those tiny little spider cracks back together. It was just stress cracks in the gel coat itself. So a little bit extra work, but a lot easier than grinding it all back down and putting a whole new gel coat back on again. I just wish I would have bought a bigger brush. I forgot about chip brushes. I don't want to make it so thick that I'm going to be spending so much time doing sanding, because I hate sanding. But I also want to put it on thick enough so that it seeps down into those tiny little stress cracks and helps bind it all back together again. And again, while I'm waiting for this to cure, while I do not have any body work to do on the front cap here, I do have some big decals to take off, and I need to start getting rid of all this clearing or peeling clear. And this is why you're supposed to prep work before you spray it. We'll have to do the same thing with this too. We're going to have to cut off the silicone. Yeah, luckily they actually did bad work. Should make taking this off a lot easier. Yeah. Definitely don't let somebody do this to your RV when they paint it. Make sure they're prepping it. If
you pay for cheap labor, you're probably gonna get cheap work. Might not be pretty, but I think it should work. And here you go. This is the gel coat filler that we used. It's a lot thicker resin, basically. That's my understanding. I'm not a body guy. That's what Tom is recommending, and I trust him. I mean, that feels pretty good to me. Man, what a great repair.
Great repair.
Great repair.
Good job.
Good repair. Yeah, it's a little bit low, so it has a little bit of
Some fill.
right, something to fill. You know, there's a spot down there too.
I'm trying not to get into this
Right.
here because I'm.
The next step is to take the resin back down, just enough to expose the white again. Hopefully it filled the gaps in between the cracks right there. We're just going to be doing 180 with the DA. Whew. So I think that's a little bit better. Now I'm just going to go ahead and ease the edges by hand. I can't explain to you how little I enjoy doing prep work, because I'm going to pretty much have to prep everywhere I'm going to paint with a little bit of scuffing. I'm just going to go ahead and use 400 grit on the DA and then take this down, get rid of that edge. You guys won't be able to feel it, but there's no transition. So there's a hard line right there. I can actually get it with my nail, but over here there's no transition. So when this gets painted, hopefully you won't be able to see the shadow outline of where the factory used to have it. So I'll do that down there. The next step after this is going to be filler, sand, prime, block, scuff, mask, paint, clear. I'm still debating on how high up I bring this line. I was just going to go straight up right about there, but I don't know. We can tie in this top decal too. I just go on the bottom of the window all the way across. That seems like a better guide to go by. All right, and with that, I think I'm pretty much done prepping the painted side. Now we just have to do the fill. Now when I talk about the fill, I don't mean this fiberglass short strand filler. We don't want fiberglass in this part. We're trying to restore that smooth finish on the outside. The fiberglass adds a lot of strength to filler, and we don't need the strength. We just need a smooth appearance. Now, strictly because I have access to it, because Tom said I could, we got the glaze right there. We don't have to use too much of it. That's probably enough there. Obviously we want it free of dust so it sticks better. I'm just going to wipe this down. Let it dry out. You can kind of see the repair right now. Hopefully we won't be able to see that much longer. And we're going to be using cream hardener. I'm going to go ahead and start mixing this up. This stuff will probably kick pretty fast, so I need to work fast.
All we're basically going to do is be smearing it on like we're spackling drywall. It already kicked. Can't work it anymore. But that is why I do it in small batches, so I don't waste a lot of product, especially because I appreciate Tom helping me. But once it kicks, you can go ahead and just clean off your equipment pretty easily. Just comes off, and make sure we have a nice sharp edge when we go to spread it on again. And of course, a real body guy would do a better job than this, and not make so much extra work to sand. But I'm not a real body guy. We'll wait for this to cure a little bit, and then we'll just start smoothing this back out again. In the meantime, I can go back to the front and continue on getting this side done, and of course the front cap done. Seems to be the story with this Forest River though. The screws are too short. I didn't really plan on changing out the screws on this molding, but again, these are only 1-inch screws. They have to go through the molding, the fiberglass, the sidewall to grab anything on the framing inside. And because I have a heck of a lot of them, might as well switch to 1.5-inch ones. Is it necessary? Probably not. There's no big issue with here that we're trying to fix. Just didn't seem right not to. Put longer screws in while I'm up here. So I'll do that the entire length down on this side and the other side. Then I'll get to removing the decals, getting that clear pulled off, and getting the clear off the front. Get this thing prepped. Maybe we'll have paint on it tomorrow. Now I think inadvertently doing this made it actually a lot easier because I was able to clean off this molding. And then point in fact, this molding right here, even though this is a 2019, this vinyl cap and the aluminum molding behind it, it's what most modern manufacturers still use. All this bodyline molding. It's always frustrating, but now with this put together, I can finally finish the front cap rubber membrane. Seems like a long time ago we started this roof together. For now, we can go ahead and trim it. Okay, look at that. One less thing. And not to get poetic or anything, or philosophical, they say the best way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time, so that's how we're going after these decals, is just a little at a time. This I do not want to damage the sidewalls on, because that will add more work for me. But I think, give enough time, I'll get this off, that one off, and then the other two on this side. And you know what? Let's get there. Not sure I appreciate that I did this to myself. I just have to clean up all the sticky stuff, which I don't think will be too difficult. I didn't gouge up this wall too bad. And like you can see, there's a lot of damage from the sun going through that decal. It gets overheated, so it's a little bit of checking, following the checking on the decal too. I can't say that you should be able to use a razor blade to get the clear coat off the paint. Whoever did the clear didn't do a very good job, but it's gonna help save me a lot of time. A lot less sanding have to do. So, not everything's so bad. It's cleaned up a little bit of a gouge there. We'll figure all this out. One thing at a time. Let's get the clear off. I'm gonna have to do the clear on this one too. See how that does. Might be easier, might be harder. Now I'm just gonna use 80 grit sandpaper to knock this down. So most of the big chunks are sanded down with the 80 grit. Now I'm just going to use 180 to help feather it in some more, and it looks like I just might have a few places I have to add a little bit more filler. I'm just going to run the block over it. And I think that looks good. One more to go. All right, with that one in pretty good shape, next thing I want to do is fill these holes that we started the day with right there. And we're just going to be using the short strand filler, sometimes called kitty hair. Now, this is still pretty much polyester filling or filler. It just has a little bit of fiberglass in it. I'm going to be using just a little bit at a time, so you can have to use even less cream hardener. So again, I'm going to have to work pretty fast doing this. Like I said, I just don't like doing prep work. So I'm going to be filling these. This stuff shouldn't shrink. All right, tomorrow we'll finish these up too. All right, just have to do the last bit of fill. And I think we're getting a bit close to primer here. Well, let me get this edge. This is only 400 grit. Hopefully, we can hide that in primer. We're just gonna go ahead and glaze in the last little bit because I didn't get this filled in as good as I thought I was going to. Because I'm not good at this. I'm just gonna block it down so we're nice and flat.
Yeah, just block it down.
I know, you know I'm gonna have to put more because you know I got some voids in there.
Yeah,
I always
then
do.
Put more on top.
I'll use a
of
razor blade next time.
that. Use whatever you want to do.
Okay, calling that good. It's time to clean this up and prime it. And I'm just going to be using off-the-shelf primer, filler primer. Probably do about 2 or 3 coats of it, and then block it out. And you know, I'm just cleaning it up with my all-purpose glass cleaner. Maybe that's a wrong choice, but it works. All right, so we got quite a good coat of sandable, fillable primer put down. The next step is to put down a guide coat. Because this is a filling out primer, we'll have to block this out, and the guide coat's just going to help us know where we already sanded so we don't take off all the material we just put on. And it's really nothing more than dusting it with black spray paint. We don't want to make any color on there. It's just once you sand it, you'll know where you sanded because the black paint is off of it. And you'd be surprised how just a little bit of dusting comes up. It's time to sand it. And again, the idea is just so you know where you were, you don't have to sand again. Now it's going to take about 3 hours or so, maybe 4 hours to have that cure. And so what I'm going to do is line out where I'm going to end the paint up here so I know where I'm going to prep and sand to. But I think I'm going to use the window as a guide point. So I'll just use some 1.5" tape. I'm going to use this as a spacer at the bottom of the window right here so I know where my paint line will end, because that's going to be a really good focal point to base off of so it doesn't look crooked. Alright, so I think that's what I'm going to go with. Right below there is all going to be the same color paint. I'll come over this side right there to meet up with this swoosh. And maybe I'll paint over the top of this vinyl trim too, because why not? We're doing this much, right? But I think that'll incorporate and look like the factory intended to do that anyways. So we're kind of be doing the same thing in the front anyways. Now, because this stuff doesn't stick very well, I'm going to go ahead and just mark underneath it where some real masking tape can go. This will be a little bit better. All right, primer is all cured now. We're ready to sand it. I have a brand new 400 grit on the DA. I'll take the flat spots down with the DA, try to do the rounded spots by hand. Then after I'm done with that, I'll use a gray Scotch pad. We'll scuff up everything else, getting ready for paint. So I'll set you guys up, you get to watch a little bit, but it's just like watching paint dry though. Forgot, I should probably show you this part. Hopefully you can now see where I've sanded and where I haven't sanded because of that guide coat. That's the whole purpose of the guide coat. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense to paint it on all this primer and then paint on top of it and then sand it all back on off again, but hopefully you can kind of see how I can know exactly where I did sand because that black paint is gone. And I'm using 400, so I'm not too aggressive. And really, even though you're not supposed to be, primer is the last filler. Alright, so I got it blocked out with 400. I'm going to kind of scuff it down with a red Scotch pad. And I definitely need to make sure I do these buckets because we haven't touched those. Alright, a brand new, fresh, gray Scotch pad. We'll do a final scrape down on it. I know I keep saying that it doesn't need to be perfect. I'm putting an awful lot of work into something that I did not really plan on putting this much work into. And it's still not going to be up to my standards, I don't think. But, because I can still see a telltale sign of that hole and that hole. But I just can't justify spending another 2 hours on that. Alright, we're going to be using Tom's Mini Mite airless sprayer to blow it all off. Kind of works out pretty good too. Now you don't have to worry about compressed air having oil in it or moisture in it, all those things, you know. All right, we're gonna wipe it down again. Again, I don't like doing prep work, and I'm doing a lot of prep work. You know, for what it's worth, it's probably a good chance it would have been cheaper just to pay Tom to do this. All the materials and time this is taking me to do. Alright, so I got 36-inch paper, masking this off. I think I did a pretty good job considering how much I hate doing this. And I had Tom helping me. Alright, so now we just have a grease and wax remover. More or less. Alright. Alright, so I do have the color mixed up in this container right there, but because we're going to be spraying where it's white, and there's an area where it's already the right color paint, this won't match down there because this will take a lot more material. And so rather than wasting our color on trying to fill in the white area, we got some pre-made color that's close to it. We call it a drop coat. That's just going to be over in this white area right here, so we don't have to use so much of the mixed paint, because it'll already paint it pretty close to the color. Tom just corrected me. It covers better. Covers. You don't get a weird hue. It's all very confusing. I have a bad color eye. Plastic will make color look different than metal, and vice versa. Fiberglass would be different too. Even if it's all the same color, you wouldn't think that the material is sprayed on would matter, but it does. You know, obviously I won't be showing us painting this because a lot of people like to get upset about regulations, and it's usually the people that hate regulations the most. But I think it's important to realize this is a county island, and they have different rules here, and we're doing less than, what, a gallon? So we're good. Alright, so that's what it looks like with a drop coat. It's a little bit dry, a little bit fast acting reducer that was in there. But, you know, that's what the clear is going to fix. Clear fixes everything. So we'll do a cover with the actual color right here, and hopefully it'll be into clear. I can pull this masking tape off, then I can get back on the front. But only time will tell, right, Tom?
Yep.
All right. Do I got a future yet?
Yeah, I'll hire you.
Okay. You know, the good thing about doing, what do we call this, a panel job? Because we're doing one big section. We're not doing a blend, so the entire panel.
Yeah.
Right. Because I don't really have to match the paint that well. It was if it's close, that's all that really matters. That was my thought. All right. Tom is very adamant that I start in a figure 8. Now this does have metallics in it, so we'll do a base cover, the complete, and then we'll mist it afterwards to line up the, what do we call that? Flake?
Make it even, make metallic even.
All right. We blame the flop if it looks bad. All right, so color's been applied. That's more than 2 coats for sure. Try to do a good dusting with it afterwards. I'm sure you guys might be able to see flaws in it. I can see flaws in it, but it's gonna be better than it was. The next step is to do the clear and the urethane, right?
Clear, yeah.
Clear, yeah. You know, that gun works really good, Tom. I don't know why anybody wastes their time with compressed air anymore. You don't have to adjust the pressure. You don't get a lot of overspray. And it should be noted that when they mixed this up for me, they already added the reducer on that, and I already had the reducer and the drop coat too. Normally you have to mix the base with a very solvent-based reducer that makes it flow better and flashes out very quickly. I don't know. I think I'm doing better than Forest River. What do you guys think? However, the clear coat is going to be a 2-part mix. I think it's 2 to 1. And definitely I'm wearing a mask with this. Some might say that after prep work, the real skill is in applying the clear. So you don't run it and you don't make it too dry and you make it look like glass. You don't have to worry about this with latex house paint. You don't have to make your lines look good. People just accept bad looking paint. It's good enough. I'm really quite lucky to have Tom here helping me, because he knows which reducer to use in this too, because it is quite hot outside. And we don't want to flash too fast. I'm scared about this part. I'm going to make runs, and I don't want to do runs.
Put this at first.
Uh-huh.
And the first coat, all we have to do is just put something on there to
make it tacky?
yeah.
Okay. So is the key not to try to do a
Not trying to make it slip.
one pass and glass on the first pass?
No.
Okay. You say so.
What to do.
All right, so you'll show me first what to do. Thank you, Tom. All right, he was saying I did an acceptable level of job, which is far superior to the level that I was expecting. I think this will be more than good enough. I'll let it tack up a little bit more, then I'll take the paper off, and hopefully it looks good. There are definitely imperfections in my body work. If somebody was paying me to do this, they'd be making me do it again. But I would have probably taken more time too if somebody was paying me. And perfection is never something you should strive for, because it's hard to maintain. What do you think? Not too bad so far?
No, it looks good.
I hardly even cleaned any of this up. Surprised there's not ballpoint pen exposed. Well, looks like a new back end to me. Think it matches? Oh, pretty close.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's all part of the plan. You leave it dirty so that the old stuff doesn't stick, or the material doesn't stick to it. Honestly, it looks pretty good. Pretty good match. Good morning, guys. I bet you forgot that I had a 99 F350, and I have a plan to help me finish up the front cap on this fifth wheel. And I feel pretty brilliant about it because I realized I was doing the work up front here that if I would just focus on the back, right, and get that done, which hopefully you guys saw that I did get that done. Now I can back this fifth wheel all the way back up to almost touching this container. And then hopefully the front of the fifth wheel won't be sticking out in the sun during the heat of the summer. And then also, because I keep forgetting that fifth wheels are completely different than RVs or motorhomes. They have landing gear on the front. And being level isn't going to be nearly as important when I was doing the roof. So hopefully when I back this thing up, I can lower the front of the fifth wheel down as much as possible so I don't have to climb up so high on the ladder. All right, I got my man Tom back there. Okay. Sheesh. Thank you, Tom. Almost had to do more body work. So now I should just have to fully extend these legs down rather than using the quick feet. So I get the whole throw of these jacks to lower it off the truck. Alright, so now theoretically if I retract these jacks all the way down, I get to lower it almost 2 feet. Alright, it's a little bit closer than the fifth wheel normally is. And this is a lot further down and a lot nicer. Almost like a kneeling fifth wheel now. Why was it not working smarter? Look how I had to be on a ladder to touch right here before. Looks a little unnatural. If you're asking why I left this slide out room out, I am gonna have to make a blend right above it on the paint because I'm not going all the way across. So with the slide out of the way, it should be easier to do that blend. Now, if you notice, I have sandpaper in my hand, 400 grit. I just have to block this a little bit of repair work out because I gouged out the sidewall with a razor blade a little bit. And while I can't say I will, I'm going to try to do a little bit better effort in getting rid of the paint line, especially on the front cap here. Even though this is pretty good right there. I just thought I did a much better job back here, but you can still barely make out the line here. So I should have done better, taking my time. Luckily, I've already set the bar incredibly low by telling everybody that I just don't have patience for prep work and details. And it's good enough, right? Now, I know the original plan was just use a off-the-shelf DA to prove that you don't need a lot of specialized equipment to do body work decently. But if Tom's gonna let me borrow his DAs, even though these are just electric DAs anyways, and not the air ones that most people would think you'd have to have, I'm gonna go ahead and use those. So the next step is this. I've already prepped it out. We're gonna basically take the edge right here that you can kind of see down with 180, probably almost the entire thing, because this is painted white with clear on top of it, and a lot of this, the clear didn't come off so easily. So we'll do that with 180, and then there's gonna be peeling clear right up there that I have to sand out too. And then we'll go over the rest of it with 400 to get it smooth, feather out the paint line right here. I want about a 1/4 inch feather on it so we can't fill it. And then same thing on both sides. We'll get that done. And then after all the sanding is done, let's do the same thing we did in the back, because we have a big white section in the middle, a white section down at the bottom. We'll do a drop coat basically of that same dark black, and then we'll do a color, and then we'll clear it. But first, my big nemesis, prep work and sanding. Often when I talk about RVs, they have checking on the sidewall, and they say there's really nothing you can do about it because the checking is actually like off-gassing of the gel or the epoxy from the fiberglass that's coming from the sidewall itself. It's not the paint isn't sticking, it's not the clear isn't sticking, it's actually coming from below the paint. So you just can't get rid of checking because it's actually in the substrate you're going to be on. Anybody that tells you can just sand and fill to get rid of checking is kind of telling you a fib for sure. And it's usually the more it's baked in the sun, the hotter it gets, the more it happens. And of course the darker colors that they like to paint these RVs make the walls even hotter and attract more heat. So hopefully you can kind of see the checking this was actually seen. So in between, there's no checking in the white area right here, but there's checking where they painted it, that dark charcoal color. You can see it there too. And of course you can also see the ghosting of the decal that was right there. Hopefully we'll get rid of most of that too. And same thing on the front. And of course this side too. I might do this while it's in the shade. Now that's also been taken down to 400, and I tried to feather out these paint lines a lot better than I did on the back. Like I said, we'll have a blend right up there, and I think this side is pretty much done. I'm happy enough with it. Now I will say the reason why I wasn't too concerned about getting the glue for the roof on the front cap is I knew I was probably going to be sanding this off, and that's a lot easier. All right, I just hit everything with 180 on the front here. I think it's a pretty good feather. There's a few areas right here I might have to hit better with 400. But I'm gonna go ahead and switch out to 400 on here. And I do have a padded DA because there's a lot of curves right there. I don't want to gouge too much. I'll be ready to scuff with a gray Scotch pad, clean it off, tape it off, and then start painting before it gets crazy hot. Supposed to probably be about 115 today, but I'm really glad I'm in the shade. Moving that back a couple feet really did help. Okay, about 11 minutes. Okay, so now I just have a new gray Scotch pad. We're just gonna go ahead and do the same thing that we did on the back wall. Try to, I don't know, make some of the sanding lines go away. Scuff it up one last time. The only reason why I have tape down here is so that I wouldn't sand down past that point, because I don't want to paint down there. A very quick hand Scotch pad job here, the entire length. And then I will be screwing this back on, so I'm not trying to paint around it and getting drips from that. But the lights down here I'll just tape over the top of. It should be good. So let me just finish scuffing this up and we'll move on to the next process, which is going to be cleaning. This is why I don't like doing body work. My arm's tired. I think I'm too old for this. Okay. It's all been scrubbed down with a Scotch pad all the way around. The next step is I need to wipe it down with some cleaner, and you know we're going to go with our favorite glass cleaner. And then we have one more cleaning job to do before we tape it up. Okay, so it's all wiped down again. Have to do one more wipe down with an anti-grease, anti-wax, because Tom has it. We're using the prep wall wax and grease remover. So I have also used my 3M adhesive remover like that. But if you have the right stuff, use the right stuff, right? And working in small areas, we'll spray it and we'll wipe it off. Now it's disturbing because it does smell like kerosene, and you think that'd be a bad choice to put on a surface you're going to paint, but it's not. Okay, so that part's done. Now I just have to tape everything off with paper, and we'll put the drop coat on, and we'll see what it looks like when it's done. It's all taped off, ready to go. I'll try to not spray the front wall down there. I should be okay because I'll just be aiming for it. This little ledge underneath. First thing we'll do is use my special juice, which is black paint as a drop coat to even out all the color. And then hopefully everything goes as good as the back did. Just enough of that drop coat to get a decent amount of coverage on it. And when I say just enough, I ran out obviously right there. But we have an awful lot of the color, so we should be good. All right, so we got the first coat of color is on, and it's pretty even color. I think it should look pretty good. Did I get all my lines sanded out correctly? Of course not. But nobody's paying me to do this either. All right, time for the second coat. Okay. Got a lot of touch-up paint left. Alright, so there's about 3 coats with the mist coat afterwards. I think it's good enough for my standards. Not too many tiger stripes, I guess. Okay, there's a few gouges right there I didn't bother body working, and because I always complain about the shop or the factory's not putting enough material on the roof, I try to put an awful lot up there. So, you know, I'm not part of the problem. It's time to clear. Oh. Whew. All right, that's 2 coats at least. Let's see how this sets up. Tom added a little bit more reducer to it this time. But if it stays like this, I'm happy. Yes, Tom was very kind. Pulled his Western Rec Alpine out, so I didn't get overspray on it. He was also incredibly kind to help me do all the paint work, so I didn't mess everything up. I will leave another link to Tom and his business in the description, because it's really nice to have a great cadre of friends that can help you out, and he couldn't be a better friend. All right, let's get this thing unwrapped. I think, yeah, it's not even tacky anymore. And I got a fair amount of material up here, not like the factory, and I didn't have very good scaffolding. Now ideally, having dark paint on the roof is not the best thing, but it didn't make any sense to put a tiny little strip of white that was going to oxidize and have white oxidation running down the sides anyways. Now I can just seal this up. And I can clean this, get rid of that. And it may not look like it, but this roof is filthy. Check this out. That's what color it's supposed to be. So when I said that the roof is going to get dirty and it won't matter, about the color of any of it because it'll get dirty. That's what I meant. All right, guys. I'm pretty excited. Almost done. If you have one question for me, it might be back on the driver's side there. You know, I absolutely have no idea if it worked or not. I actually added this red wire right there to the screw, and then I put it underneath the spool wire down here, stripped it off directly to the ground. When I was wiping this thing down, I was getting a lot of static electricity, which isn't so good when you're painting. So I put a little ground strap to the ground, and I didn't have static after that. I don't know if it worked. I'm not a scientist, but that's what that wire was there for. Now, the camera won't pick up all the faults. There are a lot of flaws in this, but that's because I set the bar low. I don't want to make it pristine. So there's going to be, I thought I sanded those out a little bit better, but you can see, you'll see a little bit of the line from the decal, and I didn't get all of my gouges from the razor blade taking the decal off. Same thing over here. I didn't even try to body work these, so you can kind of see them right there. And then, ooh, I forgot about this. I didn't put a lot of effort into the blend above the slide out room here either. I just had the paper masked off to allow paint to get past there along with the clear. It could probably be sanded and buffed a little bit, but honestly, color match is pretty good. And I don't think anybody's really ever going to see it. Gotta get that off before it's impossible to get the tape off in the heat. And then, unlike the factory, I decided not to paint any of the vinyl insert strip, just because it wouldn't make any sense for this one to be painted and this one to be painted and none of the other ones to be painted because I replaced them all. But on the front vinyl snap molding, I did decide to paint that. The original paint line was right about there, so I just brought it down here. That's the only kind of artistic thing that I did, was put a little bit of an angle on there rather than just trying to make it straight across, because yeah, that would have never been straight across. I would have got blow by on that one for sure. And the clear laid down really well on this time. No 5 coats. I did get a little bit dry underneath right there, but all things considered. All right, well, I may not have replaced the marker lights on the side. The ones on the top were broken, sunburnt, brittle. Tried to put a screw through one and it broke. And brittle, like I said. So while I may not have done the best painting job on the front cap, that is to say, if you look at it, the paint line at the top where the white section used to be, you can still see that. And I did paint in dirt, and I think it got windy while the clear set up, so it got a little bit of grit in it. It could be color sanded and buffed, but I'm not going to do that. But what I will do is replace those lights with some new LED marker lights. Oh, I guess these are clearance lights in this case. So these are LED. That's the ones I got. Now, because this is LED, it can be very important to make sure your polarity is correct on this. So on the old one, I did cut the wire short or long. So that's the white one. I already cut the butt connector off of that, so that one will go to black. So it will be important not to get the polarity wrong on LED. All right. Now, possibly some of the frustrating things about these lights, that even in 2025, they still make these where the body is grounded. And this is a fiberglass non-metal, non-grounded surface right here, so those self-grounding lights won't work, and I don't know why they still make those. So be careful when you go to buy those lights, because it can be quite difficult to retrofit these clearance marker lights that have a grounding body on it to a non-grounding surface. Now, you might notice I also went with a black plastic right here for no particular reason other than this material. I painted a dark charcoal gunmetal gray color, and I thought that would look a little bit better than having white plastic up there. Now, the next question is, am I really not going to seal this? Well, I'm just going to use clear silicone on the holes right here. And I'll put a bead on top to seal it off. But that's about all the sealant I'm going to use. even though it has a great big hole on it. As I put this on, I will smear it around a little bit. Alright, that should seal it up pretty well. We'll go ahead and put this cap back on. Now we'll do a cap seal on the sides and on the top and not on the bottom. And the nice thing about this is that we don't have to do a great job because this will not be visible. Well, it won't be visible from the ground. And of course I only want to do on the top and the sides, because again, if water does make its way in here, I do want to have an escape path out of here. I don't suspect that water will be an issue with this one at all. Of course, we still have one more to do over there, and then I can finally seal the roof of the front cap. I've been looking forward to doing that. And then speaking of the front cap, I think you can see that line right there. I didn't sand that well, and there's a little bit of, I would almost call it dirt in there. Obviously this could be wet sand or color sanded and buffed and it'd be fine, but again, this is just the front of a house, and from ground level right here, before I rubbed the dirt off of there, you didn't even know it was dirty. How much effort you want to put into the fiberglass front cap, that will get a lot of rock chips on it anyways. Let's get that one more light done. But of course I have to replace the ones back here too. Remember, those were broken from when we started all those months ago. And you know what's kind of amazing about these front clearance lights too? Just putting new ones on does an incredible job by itself just to upgrade the look of the front of the RV. Now, I do have my old test box I made years ago, and it's not working. So we'll have to address that too. We should make sure that those lights are working, and that light's working, and that light's working, and so is that one. It's another thing to add to the list. We'll have to address this problem in the future because I still have to pull this whole thing out in order to do the rear tail lights. But before I do that, I need to do the front cap so I'm not baking in the sun here. So apparently, like everything else on this fifth wheel, it's one step forward and two steps back. Okay, so now we finally get to finish up the roof here. Of course, I keep pointing out how dirty the roof is because I live in the desert and dirt gets everywhere along with sand. Even though this was a brand new roof when I put it down, it's already got stained by that dirt. But of course, my favorite foaming glass cleaner should be more than enough to keep it clean. Soap and water work just fine too. No harsh chemicals. Now we'll still be using the Dicor self-leveling lap sealant up here, and it'll do a pretty good job of sticking to the membrane, but it won't stick to dirt very well. Now while we're up here, I do want to point out I'm not a painter, and I was on a ladder and was leaning over, but I think I got pretty good coverage on the roof here, unlike some manufacturers where they forget to completely spray the roof, but nobody sees that from the ground, and they still charge hundreds of thousands of dollars for those motorhomes. All right, now even though I'm going to be using the Dicor self-leveling lap sealant, and this is the ivory that I have been using, I do want to point out on the sides, when I was sealing up the sides, I went ahead and used the GeoCell ProFlex to seal up the edges right there. I could have used non-sagging lap sealant like I used on the roof molding right there, but I thought it would look a little bit better if it wasn't a big gross mess right there. So this is not silicone, this is ProFlex, which is actually recommended for roofs also. And I think that'll work out pretty well. So now at this point we're just going to go ahead and seal it up just like we would any other roof. I'll just usually do a bead right here. a bead on the other side. We'll cap each screw. Again, this is just to redirect water. Kind of the nice thing about this roof design is that there's no molding right here, so I don't have to worry about water puddling at the seams. So I don't have to build up any sort of layer of sealant right there to keep water away from the edge there. But you don't want to go too close to the edge because this self-leveling will just go over the side of the roof too. So we'll just go ahead and continue that the rest of the way down. Of course, the most amazing part about this is when you have everything clean from the get-go, use an awful lot less of the sealant, and it's much easier, I think, to make it look a little bit better. Should self-level out, and the front cap is finally done. I'm getting incredibly close to being done with this 2009 Cardinal fifth wheel that I feel like I started 2 years ago. I still have the back cap to do right here, and I think I can finally free myself of the Winegard Traveler cable that I've been fighting this entire time. But to finish up this roof, it's time to pull the whole thing forward. But hopefully right here you can see the ProFlex goes underneath the lap sealant right there. So it does work as a shingle. So it's a good seam right there. And this stuff will stick to the other. If it was silicone, it wouldn't stick to silicone, which is why I use ProFlex. All part of the plan. Time to put the slide out rooms in and bring this thing forward and finish it up. All right, well, here we go. Hopefully for the last time. Let's see. Yeah, peeled off a little bit, but not too much. We're still protected. It's great living space in here. I'm not gonna know what to do with all my yard space. It's just been here for so long. There. You know, this 99 F350 has been a great truck for me, especially because I don't have to worry about damaging it too much. But if you do decide to carry batteries in it, make sure they don't fall over and spill. It does tend to wreak havoc on all the work that you've done on this thing. Alright, let's see if we can't get this first time without damaging the paint. All right, success. Now we're just going forward a few feet. So I can hopefully work in the back here and stay out of the sun. But the sun's starting to come this way now because it's August. Hopefully now you can see why I wanted to finish up the front first, because that's in the sun quite a bit over there. I don't know, it's my first look at it in the sun. The front cap looks really good. I'd be really proud of that work. In fact, I am really proud of that work. All right, just have to finish up the back right there. And I swear this is a good color match, I swear. It's just really, really dirty on the bottom there. What about the holes on the top from the ladder that we talked about in the very first video? We'll get there.
All right, so basically the lights are on. I have to wait for those to come in. So we might as well get to the last big part, which is going to be where the ladder used to be. Now I've been teasing this for a while now because I really do think the rear ladders that the RV manufacturers put on shouldn't be put on anymore because they are just an insufferable amount of problems that they create. And while I went ahead and did the body work down there and got rid of the holes that were down below, in order to get rid of these, I would have had to do an awful lot more work. And that just didn't appeal to me. And then I was going to have to paint pretty much the entire rear cap, which also meant I was going to have to take the decals off. And I didn't think that was going to be something vital to do. So what I decided to do was make this a modern fifth wheel and hide those holes that used to support a ladder behind a bracket that's supposed to hold a ladder. So in a lot of modern towables, it comes equipped with a plastic little mount from Lippert that will let you utilize a telescoping ladder like the one I have here, except that Lippert's is a proprietary ladder because although it's identical to this one, it comes with a couple set of hooks on the back side to hook onto the bracket that we're going to put up right there. Now you would imagine that Lippert would be happy to sell this bracket to anybody so that they can sell more of those ladders because it's just a plastic injected molded bracket, but you just can't buy them unless you're an OEM. I guess the logic behind that is that there is some liability in installing a ladder support that maybe couldn't support the ladder, and if it ripped off because it wasn't installed correctly, you could be liable for that, and they don't want to be liable, so it's going to be an OEM only part. Now I risked it all and I went on eBay and I found somebody selling that bracket anyways. Look at that, Lippert. This is just plastic, and it was still $80 for this whole thing. But $80 is a heck of a lot cheaper than all the work that would have to go into fixing those holes. And while yes, I could have got a couple stick-on reflectors to go over the top of those two, which I did think about, I just thought it was too much of a hack. It would look weird. So the plan is to go ahead and install this to cover up those holes. And while I should be concerned about liability, the manufacturer already mounted a ladder right there that's supposed to actually carry weight, not just keep the ladder from moving. Because the genius of the on-the-go ladder is that it is just a telescoping ladder, so all the weight of the ladder is carried by the ladder itself. The hooks on the back side of the ladder will just engage with the little receiving holes right there to keep the ladder from sliding back and forth. But also the genius of the on-the-go ladder is that you can turn the ladder around and not utilizing those hooks, you can use that ladder anywhere you want, just like I normally do with my telescoping ladder. Now it only takes 4 screws to install this bracket, so I'll just go ahead and cover up those holes with a couple screws and some silicone. And each one of those holes there to discourage water from going into these holes. But of course there won't be any ladder wrenching on these, so you don't actually have to worry about water getting in there. Now we'll just go ahead and put the screws back in. And remember, a ladder was here before, so there is a lot of support for a ladder. Now it's very likely I could have just used some 3/16 blind rivets on there. But if it's just going into fiberglass, even though there is probably some metal back there, I don't want to risk stressing the fiberglass out and breaking it or cracking it. I think this is going to work out pretty good right there. Just measure it out, drill a couple holes. All right, just that simple. I'm just going to go ahead and add some sealant to those holes. We will put a cap seal over the top to kind of dissuade water again. We can just go ahead and tighten it up. Hey, let me just go ahead and put a cap seal on here. Well, there you go. The big secret I was keeping from the very beginning of what I was going to do with those ladder holes up top right there. We just use a Lippert on-the-go ladder bracket or receiver, which really cut down substantially the amount of bodywork and paintwork I was going to have to do just to hide some holes. Yes, reflectors would have worked, but like I've said repeatedly, throughout my entire career on this channel is that a good looking or functional patch will always be preferable to trying to make it look completely seamless, because that looks intentional. As long as it looks intentional, just like the paintwork I did on the rear cap, it looks intentional, and I don't think most people are going to understand that's not how the factory did it originally. All right, guys, well, today's a big day. We're going to do a final reveal on this 2009 Cardinal fifth wheel rebuild that's been going on for way too long. And while to my eye, I think this looks transformative already, it is still filthy. It has not been washed in years. And although I had initially planned on loading this thing up and taking it down to my buddy's dealership to wash it, see, I got it all loaded up with the supplies to wash it there. Chad at Cassone's RV talked me into using their wash service that they use. And in this Arizona heat, it didn't take a lot of convincing for the price that they was going to charge me to come out here and wash the entire rig from top to bottom. So while I did clean the inside of the RV, maybe not as well or professional as a qualified detailer, the exterior will be washed up and clean and standing tall and pretty. I'm just going to relocate it kind of in the center of the bay so I can put all the slide out rooms out, and so that the gentleman that's going to wash it will have as much access to it and be in the shade as much as he can be, because I appreciate being in the shade too as a worker. I'm going to go ahead and get this loaded up in my 1999 F350 one last time. I'm really impressed, and I don't know how all you full-time RVers that travel in fifth wheels and travel trailers do it. It stresses me out every time I move these things around with a truck. Just to move it over about 8 feet. I still didn't get it in the middle, but I think it's perfect. All right, let's put these slide out rooms out and get it ready. And I do feel pretty good that all the work that I did to it's going to make sure that the roofs of the slide outs no longer leak, nor do we have rotten floors for the new owner. Because even though this was in Arizona, the deserts of Arizona, I don't know where it's going to end up, and it might end up somewhere where it actually rains. Let's get it washed up.
RV country?
No, the guys at Cassone's RV recommended you guys.
Richard.
Yeah, Richard and Chad. So you're Armando with Corbett's?
Corbett's?
Yeah.
Corbett's RV.
And you're telling me about the water? You do bring water with you?
Yes, I did. It's a deionized water. So I buy my water. It's good water. So once you wash it, you don't even have to wipe the windows.
That's perfect.
Nice and clean.
All right, I put a new roof on it for you, but it is dusty, so hopefully it's not too big of a deal.
I don't think so.
All right.
If it's new, it's not going to be that dirty.
All right, I appreciate it.
No problem.
I'll get out of your way. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
We will not be doing a wax on this one. Like to see that. The water's going right over the edge. That flashing doing its job. And down here, we made an exit path for the water to get out. Remember all those months ago? And it's not going uphill into the RV itself. Same thing over here. Coming right out our little weep hole that I designed for it. And because I added new gutter spouts for keeping it away from that beautiful paint job.
Thank you, Armando. Looks a lot better. A lot better. The owner probably shouldn't wait 5 years before washing it again, right? Thanks a lot, Armando. For sure, this will need at least 2 or 3 more washes and then a nice wax. Now, he did use a wash and wax, so theoretically I could just get a terry cloth rag. Let me see. I don't know if you can see right about there. And then I should be able to buff it a little bit, and actually that brought back a lot of the shine. But it'd be better to definitely get a couple more washes in this before we wax it and lock in any of that dirt. But there's definitely a difference between shine and no shine. Shiner, much better. Now, before I pull this out into the sun so we get the best view possible on it, I want to point out one more thing. He was definitely going to town on all the slide out rooms. In fact, spraying pretty hard against the wiper seal right here. And we want to go back inside. Even though I checked while he was washing the roof, I didn't see any leaks. Now this one probably shouldn't leak because it's downhill. All right, so no moisture there. And of course, it's not very fair because rain wouldn't come up from the opposite way under pressure. But we survived that. This will be the biggest test. All right, well, my hand is dry. We succeeded. I would say redesigning those slide outs was a great success. But I guess enough of that. Let's go ahead and get this thing pulled out in the sun. We'll take one final look at it together, because I think nobody would have any idea how much work went into this. While I cannot say it was worth months and months of work to get to this point, I can 100% say this looks a lot better than I thought it would ever look. Coming around the back right here, I really think that if you hadn't watched these videos, you would have never known what the back of this fifth wheel was supposed to look like, where the paint line was supposed to be, that it's supposed to have a ladder, and you would also believe that the factory put that ladder support on for Lippard. I know a lot of people that were probably watching it when I was painting the back end, they said that paint did not match at all. But I did have the crew over at Cassone's match up the paint pretty well for me, and I think that's about a dead-on paint match that you can get. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. And you can kind of make out the original paint line right there where I didn't sand it as much as I should have. I think what shocks me the most right now is how little I'm noticing the condition of the decals. I think the tired condition the whole thing was in for these past years just pointed out all the problems. But from this distance, granted it is about 10 feet away, I don't think you can really see that much of an issue. Once you get up on it, you can of course see the cracking in those decals and the fading in the upper silver decal right there. Otherwise, remember, I did change out all the insert molding all the way around on this entire fifth wheel, and so I think that helped dress it up a lot. But also down here, this metal skirting was oxidized really bad, and it cleaned up so nice that I think it does distract the eye quite a bit. Not to mention, this front end just looks fantastic. I'm kind of impressed with my own work, and that's saying a lot. Maybe it's not saying too much, but I think that turned out as good as anything possibly could have turned out. If you guys remember, the front cap, the middle section had the white paint and the clear was peeling on it, and then the color from the factory really only went right along right there and met up with that triangle swoop on top of the slide out right there. I went ahead and brought it all the way down to where this decal would have been right there, and then another decal on top of that, and then another red decal on top of that. And I think the factory should have done this from the get-go. Of course, I also think the factory should get rid of all these decals and all these swishes and swipes. Now, when I was taking the decal off, I did gouge it a little bit on the sidewall over here, and I did get lazy at this point, and I didn't bother filling that side. And I don't hold that against myself. I give myself a lot of grace and love, because I know the condition I was in my mental state when that happened. And unless I pointed that out to you guys, I don't think you would have noticed it. Because if we come over to the other side right over here, there's a little bit of gouging on this side too that I didn't quite get. There's one right about there.
Again, because I use that awning arm as a natural brake, I don't think most people would ever catch on that those decals were supposed to be continued right there. So 2 decals on the bottom and then 1 decal on the top. Now, speaking of the awning, don't forget, months and months and months ago, we replaced the awning fabric on this too. And see what it looks like finally in the sun. Now, speaking of new things, I replaced that entry door too, so that one's brand new. I think that helped dress it up too, because the last entry door was really tired. Wow, that's like a really nice awning because it sets so high, and this is a really nice fifth wheel. Man, I'm really kind of in love with this fifth wheel. Wow, that works really well. Now, while to my eye, the entire time I did notice that the clear was peeling on this auto body paint on that swish right there, I really did not have the heart to put the kind of effort it was going to take to go ahead and sand and repaint that section right there too. I had to make a judgment call somewhere. And like I said, I still think that the bar is set too incredibly high for the overall outside conditions of these motorhomes and fifth wheels, because the RV manufacturers really set up the owners to fail. And RV owners really aren't given a lot of options when it comes to refinishing the exterior of their trailer or their motorhome, because the crisp, clean paint lines from the factory and shiny surfaces, most dealers, buyers, and campgrounds are going to accept as a legitimately clean exterior. It just seems to me if a roll-on latex paint is acceptable for a house, at least a roll-on epoxy paint would be more than acceptable for an RV. All right, with that rant over, let's go ahead and get on the roof and take a look at the roof one more time. All right, let's go ahead and get on the roof. Now, if you guys will remember, months and months and months and months and months ago, I replaced the entire roof on this Cardinal fifth wheel. The rubber membrane that was up here was tired and it was starting to show its age, and I wanted to get it replaced before we started having rotten deck below it. And I'm happy to say this looks really good. Now, I accept that this hasn't traveled on the road that much, but I'm not seeing a lot of bubbling or waviness to the membrane itself like the factories like to do straight from the factory. And again, if you guys remember, we had attic roof fence up there. I had to plug those holes. I changed out the crank up antenna right here to a Winegard Air 360, more modern one. The roof ACs are actually heat pumps. I didn't change those out, but I did change out the seals underneath, and then I added a cushion in the back to keep the bolts from the compressor from wearing on the membrane like they did before. I did change out to these sewer vent stacks right there. They do make these in aluminum now. They look identical. I would probably go with the aluminum ones now. The skylight has been updated and replaced completely. And remember, I was done with the trash, expensive Fantastic Vents and Max Fan Deluxe. I went with these generic ones, and I've had no problems with that. In fact, I had a viewer manufacture a wall mount for the remote for this one, and I'm looking forward to trying that one out too. Otherwise, on the slide out rooms themselves, we added the fascia on top of there when we redesigned it to help keep water from leaking in. And then on the roof membrane itself, I did go with a Dicor, I think it's a Dyflex 2. It's more of a TPO type of roof. It has that stucco texture to it, so it's not an EPDM rubber roof. I don't really like those. I think they chalk too much. And from here you can see that nice fade on the new patio awning fabric. Really quite a nice roof up here, especially now that it's clean. Like I said months ago when I finished this, that it really wouldn't matter what colors I used up here because it was going to get dirty that fast, even though it stayed inside the bay. That's just how dusty it gets here. But Armando did do a great job cleaning it up here. We use self-leveling Dicor for all the lap sealants right here. This one is ivory and this one is bright white. It's hard to see from this height the difference, and once the dust gets on there again, you won't be able to tell the difference. Otherwise, really pleased with the way this roof turned out. Hopefully the new owner will have another, I don't know, 20 years of trouble-free issues with it, as long as they inspect this roof at least twice a year to make sure that there's no issues with the sealant or the membrane itself. On the rear cap, that seam looks really great. Whoever sealed this up did a great job. And I really like that there's no ladders putting holes in the deck here anymore. And we did get rid of that other
attic roof vent that was behind the AC that was actually part of the problem. And speaking of another thing we got rid of, there's no satellite dish up here anymore because, again, those are fairly obsolete. I was still struggling to put a TV antenna back on, but somebody might want a TV antenna or at least a Wi-Fi antenna or other upgrades that Air 360 comes with. And with that, I'm gonna get off this roof because I'm kind of baking in this summer sun in Arizona. Let's go inside and do a quick walkthrough because it's a beautiful floor plan, like I've told you many times. Now, I know I haven't talked about it too much. There are some wrinkles right there on the radius, especially right where the pitch changes on the roof, and that's going to be kind of normal because this was designed for a EPDM rubber roof, which happens to stretch quite a bit, so you can get those wrinkles out when you put those on. This was a Dyflex TPO roof from Dicor, and while I do still like the Dyflex because it does not oxidize as much, I mostly got it because I had another viewer that had a great big huge 40-foot roll of this material that he sold me at a very good price, and I would have put this on anyways, but that's another reason why I did that. So if you have seen wrinkles up there, that's going to happen, especially when you have one of these fifth wheels that has that pitch change in the front and in the middle right there. It is inevitable, which is probably the only good thing about a rubber roof, is that you can stretch it more. This you can't stretch, it will just deform. Now, I know we've been in and out of this trailer a number of times, but I haven't done a proper walkthrough on the inside of it. Let's just go ahead and start right here. I will point out this entry door now has a lipward friction hinge, but because it already did have a holdback right there for it, and because I still don't trust those friction hinges, I did add a holdback on it right there. It did take a lot of doing because I had to add a spacer underneath right there, and I still had to bend this a little bit because those holes were already in the side of the RV and I wasn't going to add more holes. I did add a lot more work from it. Coming in right here, we do have a vinyl rolled flooring, very common for this era. The entire floor is going to be vinyl rolled flooring, and they put the carpet right here on top of it. Personally, for me, I do like having carpet in the living room area. It is much nicer on your feet when you're walking around without shoes on. And then most people do end up putting a rug over the top of their plank floor, vinyl floor, tile floor anyway, so it's kind of debatable how important it is, but I do like that it is a vinyl on the landing right here. Now, kind of the nice thing about a fifth wheel is that it is much more residential feeling. Most motorhomes have the front door right at the very front, where the entry door right here is right in the middle of the coach. So as I pan over here into the living room and the galley, this is what really sold me on putting the effort into this fifth wheel, was this area right here. Because not only are both these slide out rooms massive, instead of having, some manufacturers would have had 4 slide out rooms right here, which is already problematic. They're both level out floors, so there's no lip right there that you're going to trip over on either side, which is a nice feature to have when you're actually living in it. Another nice feature to have is going to be a freestanding table. That is very residential. You can pull this thing completely out, put whatever table you want right there, or even a work desk. And again, you do not see floor to ceiling windows very often in most modern RVs. And if you're going to be somewhere where it's beautiful, why not look out at the beauty? Now, just behind that, where I put a brand new reclining sofa with built-in heaters and, of course, the cool blue lights underneath. I've actually traded some work for this from another customer who had an Arctic Fox that had this brand new sofa in it, and they wanted a hide-a-bed instead of a sofa. So I did all that work for free, and I've been holding on to this sofa for a very long time, and I thought it worked perfectly right here. Even though originally those recliners and that lamp table was over in this area right here, I think it makes a lot more sense right there. And it is actually a pretty comfortable sofa. Actually really comfortable. However, I did not mount it to the floor right here, so if a new owner is unhappy with it, they can go ahead and remove it and put whatever they want in there. Residential furniture is going to fit there very easy. Right behind there is going to be another focal point that you don't see very often. This is going to be the entertainment center. Now, I did go ahead and put in a newer TV right there, but of course that can be upgraded to a much bigger TV. Chances are pretty good now that there's no ladder in the back window. I think you're going to be spending a lot more time with that TV down and enjoying whatever landscape you're going to be looking out on. Another nice feature about this isn't just this entertainment with the built-in fireplace space heater, because countertop space is always a premium in any RV.
is going to be the storage above. This is really a great location if you are going to install a mini split. You can take out these two doors right there, and then you can put the air handler for a mini split right above right there. You can run the refrigerant lines down instead of going out the back cap, and you make a very factory looking mini split installation. So I do like having a floor plan with those overhead cabinets on the back wall right there for a mini split installation. I really like the ceiling fan. Adds a lot of value if you're setting it up residential, especially if you have that mini split blowing air across there. Helps move the air around really nice. Now, the previous owner did do a nice upgrade on all the windows. He added day and night roller shades for all the windows. So that was a pretty expensive upgrade that he did. And speaking of some upgrades they did, they wrapped the crown molding on both sides with a suede, and they made a very intentional design choice in the bedroom on the headboard. Now, speaking of another design choice the previous owner did was behind these recliners, which of course can be easily pulled out because there is a level floor right there, and you can replace these recliners with any residential furniture too, is they put in this rustic looking shiplap board on the wall right there as wainscoting. That's a very interesting design choice too, so it does help modernize it a little bit. Easy to replace those or move those out of the way if you wanted to watch TV or look out that beautiful back window. Now, I didn't point it out, but all the cabinet doors are going to be solid wood, while the cabinet faces are going to be engineered, vinyl wrapped cabinet faces. This does have a Dometic RV refrigerator. If it were me and I was setting this up for full time, I might think about upgrading this to a residential size refrigerator. And you do actually have a lot of space right there if you are willing to sacrifice your pull-out pantry, which may not be that big of a loss, because right back over here at the entryway, you have a great big huge pantry with a bottom and upper section. So lots of storage space right there for a pantry. Now, speaking of some design choices, the previous owner did go ahead and change out these pendant lights right there and on the entry door right there. And yes, those are their cow paintings too that they went ahead and left. I honestly think it kind of works, but I'm going to leave them anyways. But another design choice they went with was to add this stick-on real stone backsplash for the entire galley countertop area right here. And they did add it to the bathroom too. And I know the technician that added it, and they did a great job, and it's held up after all these years. It has not fallen off. Now, I did just do an LP leak test on this to make sure that there were no LP leaks, and there was an LP leak, so I did have to change out the regulator on the outside. And then above that, I did change out and upgrade the microwave to a Whirlpool microwave. It's stainless steel because I went with a stainless steel faucet right here, and I think that matched really well. Nice feature on this, again, why I thought was worth the upgrade and the time on this trailer was this is all solid surface Corian in the galley right here and into this area over here. A lot of countertop workspace, and honestly, even the drawers right there are the right size. A lot of these RVs don't give you cutlery drawers of the right size. And yeah, at least they did a good job on that one. Now, speaking of the propane, because I couldn't let it leave the shop with an old expired propane detector, I did upgrade the propane detector right there too, and a new smoke alarm. Another unique feature with this floor plan is that it has this bent wrapped around wall in the hallway right there with the stairway over here. Normally the stairway is right on the entry door side, and probably the only design choice that I think was bad was the thermostat that controls the two heat pumps and the furnace. It's the wrong height when you're in the hallway. I'm actually on my knees so I can read the thermostat. But if you're standing in the hallway right here and you're just peering around the corner, it is the right height. I would probably change this out to one of those micro air smart thermostats. That way you can just control it with your phone. I can see the argument that this should have been installed right here, or it should have been installed a little bit higher, but I'm not sure what the right decision was, because if you want it in the bedroom, you wanted to adjust it. Being over here would have been a bad choice. Leaning over, if it was up here, that'd be frustrating too. So this just goes to prove that RV manufacturers still have a long history of not knowing where to install thermostats. They've been doing it in RVs the wrong way for the longest time. If we go up the stairs right here, there is this nice landing, which allows us to look out this window in the hallway. It allows a lot of natural light in, and it is, again, almost a floor-to-ceiling window, which is, again, something you don't normally get, and you get a completely separate bedroom from the rest of the living area right here. So it's very residential in that feel. Nobody has to go through your bedroom to go to your bathroom. Anybody can use the bathroom. You don't have to have a separate guest bathroom.
You can see right here on the floor, it has gone back to that rolled vinyl flooring. This is a porcelain gravity toilet. I think I changed that out years ago. And you can also see we have that stone backsplash on the wall right there, acting like a wainscoting. If we look over here, we can see that stone has been added to the wall completely over there. It's held up without any problems. I could really recommend this stuff. Just to stick on double-sided tape. It surprises me again that the factories went with a solid surface Corian on the edge banding of countertops and still went with a laminate on the top. And for a quality RV like this, they have a drop-in plastic sink, and I think the previous owner added that faucet. Otherwise, a pretty decent size vanity countertop, and the shower at least is a corner shower, and it is a seamless fiberglass shower with a bench seat or toe shelf. And yeah, they put the faucet in the wrong place again, but they did give you some decent service access to that faucet. And you guys should have seen and remember the skylight above. We have put a lot of effort into hiding the roof structure right in there. Now, because I seem to do it on all my videos, I'm about 6 foot tall. We have about, I don't know, I'm going to call that at least a 7-inch step up. And I mean, I didn't have to duck to come in, and to step out, I just stepped straight out. It is a little bit of a narrower shower in there. It reminds me of an Allegro Red shower, but it is manageable, and at least it is a seamless fiberglass shower. So I do like that. We'll end this tour right here in the bedroom. Even having this glass insert on the door does add a lot of light to come in, and a little bit of nice design choice too. On the slide out room right here, I will not apologize for adding the roller support right there, because this whole slide was jamming up pretty substantially. I did have to secure that carpeted threshold underneath because of the design fault from Cardinal, but now it's operating really nice. And this carpet here in the bedroom does clean up very nicely too. A nice feature about this is it does have a king size bed, and now you can see that nice design feature that they put on the headboard there. You can see the brand new smoke alarm that I put where the crank up TV antenna would have been, so that hides that hole in the ceiling there. And of course, the previous owner did add a ceiling fan in here. While I'm not a big fan of how they wired it up, it is pretty nice. Speaking as somebody that does like a fan when they sleep, but what I will point out is there's a ceiling light right above it, and it turns your bedroom into a disco as a fan goes through it. And I don't know if the camera picks it up or not, but there's a lot of flashing because of the fan blades going through the light. So that would probably get pretty old pretty fast. You would have to turn off that light up there. But don't do it when the fan's going, because... And yes, this is just like most RV bedroom fans, very close to your head. So be careful with that too. Now this one is set up to have storage underneath the bed. It's not a lot of storage, really just enough for maybe your sheets, maybe a blanket, maybe pillowcases. But I do like that built into the slide out, they do have an overflow closet with a separate dresser space with 6 drawers in it for smaller items. But you still do get your large drawers on this dresser here. And then luckily in 2009, this was already set up for a flat screen TV. There is storage on either side of this, which I thought was clever. You'd think this would lift up like the modern ones do. But at least you do have a nice flat screen TV already mounted right there in the right location. Over here, I think you guys should have already seen this is set up with a laundry center with a washer dryer combination unit. And in 2009, this is where the DVD player would have gone. Seems kind of strange to run a cable all the way over to here instead of just having it right there or right above it. And you can see the suede wrap on this crown molding all the way over to here. I mean, it does actually work pretty well. It's a good design choice. Now I can sit down on the bed right here, and this is a really nice location for this window, and you can notice that it is underneath the awning there, so you do get nice shaded light coming in on this window. It is a vented window, and again, it's not quite a floor to ceiling window, but it is an oversized window. And it is an emergency exit window, which is a nice feature too. I would say the last thing we'll end up on is going to be the closet. It's really not much to see in here. It's your standard sliding mirrored closet door. It does give me an opportunity to point out
The previous owner did go ahead and change out most of the lighting in here to LED, and they added that same suede material in the closet there, and they added cedar lining on here along with a nice little LED light there, which she wired into the switch on that light. Other than that, if I had any critique for Forest River when they built it, there should have been a nightstand built in over here. At least they do have a 110 outlet over next to it. And I do like that they did not add cabinetry above. Besides the decor, comparing this to a modern trailer in 2025, 2026, the valance over the window wouldn't be quite so drapey, and there would be a spot above there for like a USB phone charger, usually, and a ledge, which is a nice feature to add, but it might be a little bit difficult at this point. Otherwise, I will give you guys one final viewpoint of this entire 2009 Cardinal fifth wheel. It was quite the ordeal bringing it back to life, but I think all the work was worth it. And for everybody else that's been asking this entire time, the model is 3625. And it is a beautiful trailer. Cardinals were kind of well known and well regarded up until about 2010 for being way overbuilt. And I can prove that point very easily when we look underneath at the chassis. Not only do you have some rather large tires, which are just getting replaced here in a minute, but they do have that equalizer that has been upgraded there. And instead of having corrugated plastic as underbelly material, it is all galvanized steel. So it's a lot easier to change out, or at least take down and put back up again, though you can cut yourself easily doing it. And as I pointed out in a couple other videos, the sidewalls are incredibly strong on this one, along with the actual steel chassis. We don't really have to worry about frame flex with this one, or that it was built wrong or at a thin material. I would guess the last thing I would really want to show you guys is going to be the outside storage. The previous owner did go ahead and add a basement slider on it and an outside TV on it too. And this does go clear across to the other side, which is a really nice feature and handy. Not to mention the water connections right here are going to be very easy to do. This does have a propane and 110 water heater, a propane furnace. Of course, it does have the 2 heat pumps on it. And there is only the 1 sewer outlet right here. So a lot of modern trailers, you're going to have 2 sewer outlets, or like 2 gray tanks, 2 black tanks. It gets all very complicated. Pretty much 2009, probably built in 2008. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to read, but that's 11 of 2008. And you can see the unloaded weight rating was just above 13,000 pounds. And I think this is not supposed to exceed 16,000 pounds on it. 15.5. But that's it, guys. One final look at this 2009 Cardinal fifth wheel. Well, I won't disagree that it was quite the ordeal. I was happy to share it with you guys. It was a long time coming to this day. I think I do have a new home for it already, but if it does fall through, I will let you guys know as soon as I find out. I appreciate all the emails that I have received about trying to find a new home for it. And I haven't ignored you. I just haven't been able to respond to you yet. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. This has been a lot of work. Bye. Now, it would be remiss of me if I didn't also thank Armando for washing this in this Arizona heat. And I also want to give a great, huge thank you to all my friends that did help me out with every aspect of this rebuild project, from providing parts, support, or actual labor for me. I'll never be able to thank you guys enough. And I also want to thank all my viewers that did help me out too, because you guys came in clutch for me also. That really saved my bacon quite a bit. It was a much bigger job than I planned on it being, and thanks to you guys, we got it done.